There we go. Yep. We should be streaming right now.
Uh,
Okay. Excellent.
he looks like still loading for me, but yes, looks like it's going. Yep, there it goes.
Alright, so how many levels did you gain?
Like 1.5.
Oh. What a grind session.
Yeah. No, well, so I mean, because of how far we've gone, I mean, I'm going the wrong way here, but I'll just show you. Like, there's only so far in any direction we can go.
Mm-hmm.
So it is what it is. I'm gonna try it because I got a cool new thing called the frozen drill. Did I
Yeah.
save with the yeah? And I want I want to see what Kabu can do with it here.
Yeah. So you hear Trump's totally gonna get arrested any second now?
Oh yeah, this time it'll definitely happen. Third time's the charm, I guess.
You know, he's only been charged with like 70 things and fully admits to doing all the things he's accused of in public on television multiple times.
That was like 12 damage. But it takes up both of their actions, Leaf and Kabu.
I think that's still more efficient.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Bullshit. Okay, now you're gonna do it right? There we go. Yeah! Makes my wrist hurt. Alright, this is the last time I can do this. So it does 12 damage, I guess. That's pretty good.
Yeah, he's already down to half.
Yep. What are you gonna do? What's good for you? Ooh, did he have a...
Tornado
That
toss
doesn't
is
matter
fine.
anyway. Yeah. Damn it. Oh, good.
Okay.
That was good. Cool.
Have Leaf act first, of course.
Yeah.
Let's do a standard attack.
Yeah, get up here, jerk ass. Uh...
See, do you have any items?
I've got a couple of items. Leaf needs it, that's for sure. Yeah. Okay. Then, hold on. No, she doesn't have anything for that, but 3 HP, attacking enemy 40. Okay, I just have
Do the
that.
long-lead summoner. It actually does a bunch of damage, if you remember.
I don't remember, but that's fine. Here we go. Ooh, yeah, 6. Good. Because its strength went up. Yeah. Hmm.
Throw it on Kabu. It does more damage.
Yeah.
Then Leaf first, of course.
Yep. And then you've got a thing that you
Yeah,
can
heavy
do.
strike.
No, I want to. Well, I want to. Does it? He freezes, doesn't he? The beast. I was
I
wondering
think
if
he
maybe that
does,
would
I
be.
think. So you want to save that for next turn for Leaf to try to frigid coffin him?
Yeah, I think so. Well, hold on. I can't do it. I was going to check how many he has, but I think Frigid Coffin is under 4. But also I have an item that will freeze if I. So I'm just gonna. Either way, I'm just going to do this, and then let's see if I can do. No. Uh, you know what? Maybe I will just do this. Ooh, yes, good.
And then just
Okay.
attack.
Yep.
Got no more.
I've got more healing items, but like he doesn't do a whole lot, so I don't know. I don't remember what Vi does, but I'm gonna. To,
Yeah, it's more
yeah,
efficient to heal.
yeah,
And then just
then
attack.
yeah. Ah, shit! Damn it! Uh, that timing always gets me. And leave. And you. And then. Yeah, it doesn't have anything for 1.
Crunchy Leaf.
Okay.
Kabu or Leaf?
I think Kabu. I don't know if Leaf is doing a whole lot right now.
Alright.
And I'd rather have a little bit more time to use Kabu if he's going to do, Oh! Huh. Methinks this might be a bit of a scripted event.
You think?
Okay, great. Unless I have to beat him in a certain number of turns.
Kabu just keeps interrupting the roars.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Damn it, I'm not getting that for some reason. There we go. Cool, great scripted moment.
I think you would have gotten him anyways, so...
Oh, yeah.
See what happens when you simply choose to win?
Yeah, I didn't choose hard enough to win. The camera shifted and everybody rotated, including the giant beast. Hmm. Yes, everybody's having friendship time. Kinda scared. Don't know why that's the case, but fine. Okay, so I know there's a save point back here. I don't know if there's a save point up there, so let's save.
Remember to full heal first from that flower.
Yeah. There'll probably be a yellow save point up there, but whatever. I don't know that.
Best not take the risk.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like Yick, where it's a game that requires that you understand video game tropes to get it, and then doesn't do anything with those video game tropes.
That's what makes it postmodern, you know.
I guess. Yeah, whatever. Cool. Structural. Oh, right. There's a crack in the wall. Don't let the wasps catch you. It's another sneaking mission. Yep, bandit hideout, exactly. Huh. Do, bum 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 ba-dum.
Bump, bump, bump.
Is there anything over here? Yes, there is. What's down here? Water.
Yes.
But no, there's a... I don't know if I have enough space to... I do. In a weird way. There's nothing. I assume I come back down that way somehow. Maybe if I get captured, they, like, throw me down there. Okay. What's over here? Stop telling me things, Windows. I don't need to know anything you have to say to me.
Do you want to upgrade to Windows 11?
What do I have? I think I have Windows 10. Oh, good job. Oh. They're pulling the Prince of Persia Sands of Time here. It's like, wait a minute, I didn't get stabbed in the head and die.
And that was the first time I died.
Yeah. What's that from?
I don't know. I think we made a lengthy joke about that as an opening bit to a first-person narrated story at some point years ago.
Maybe. God. It's just one of those jokes that you just have, and it's like, I don't remember where that came from.
It's comes from a different universe. It's a Mandela affected into our consciousness.
Yeah.
Just like the cool S.
Oh, yeah, the cool S. Was it there's like a culture that children have that just at some point you just don't have it anymore until you're an adult? It's weird.
Yeah, so basically, children perpetuate a culture from youngers to elders through institutions like schools. So there are traditions that are passed from older children to younger children without the intercession of adults participating with that at all. And the cool S is sort of an example of that, which dates back at least as far back as the late 19th century.
I wonder to what extent, like, because we talk about the cool S in modern culture, like as adults. And I wonder to what extent is that the internet producing the infantilization of humans, and to what extent that's just what would have happened anyway. This way?
Well, I mean I believe there have been like sociological studies looking into things like that, and like there are like stereotypical kinds of like doodles or graffiti and whatnot that can actually survive for very long periods of time in cultures without any specific creator. Through a process we would now in the modern day call memetics.
Yes.
I wonder what he got to do with that raising and lowering bit of water.
Yeah.
Oh, goddamn, please.
What stupid shit's happening now?
So, anyway. Yo, kitty.
Ah, come on. I was buried. You ain't seen shit. Oh, okay.
Just standing over there in the corner of the room, very clearly lit.
Yeah. Let's see. So spinning that thing gets that thing, and then that bump, I assume, sends me up there. Oh, that thing, that guy's oh. Let's say he's asleep, but it doesn't matter. It's like a Metal Gear games where eventually, like, you figure out the pattern so much you can just sort of run through the whole damn level. Now what happens if I... Oh, okay, so you saved me anyway. Got it. Nope, not through there. I gotta freeze that, right? I can't just get on top of it,
Yeah, you gotta.
as I recall. Yeah, I
Yeah,
gotta freeze it.
you got.
It's...
Remember the ice cube can float in those?
Oh,
Yeah, so I think you gotta freeze the ice cube and then bring it over there for it to raise up and down, and then you can jump on top of it.
maybe. Then what's this bounce pad over here for? I
I don't know.
wonder.
It'll probably become more obvious later.
Yeah, all right, let's give it a shot. You're gonna poke it, aren't you? Yep. Asshole. God damn it.
Yeah. So. I've been experimenting with my
Oh, good.
app
Oh,
making software for
how's that going?
the Dungeons and or Dragons
Yeah.
type stuff. You know, including games like the one you're in with Tharn.
Right.
To using a tile map editor, actually. It's probably not gonna go. It's probably not gonna fly over that.
Well, I wanted to get it out of the way of the wasp dude,
Fair enough.
because I'm pretty sure I can get it off the... Yeah, go. Go, asshole. Nobody likes you. Everybody at the office says you're a dick. Yes, even Gary. And Gary likes everybody. Alright, it doesn't go low enough. Oh, I see. I can't jump on there, but maybe I can... I don't know if I can use the beamerang here. Alright, let me figure out how to get, like, on top of that before I mess around with the ice cube.
Yeah.
Does this move at all? No.
So we're gonna see how that turns out using a tile map editor. So it's gonna look like
I was
some.
hoping to get the key.
So it's gonna look like some, you know, old-timey video game with a top-down dungeon map.
Wait, can I get up? Oh, I needed to... Okay. For some reason, talking about old-timey video games makes me think of, fuck, what's that really? Can't remember. What's that really good game with like the fox dude? I say
Star
it's supposed to be Souls-like, but it's not. I mean,
Star Fox?
it, no, it's a recent RPG game. Shit, I can't remember.
Tunic?
Tunic. Yeah. Tunic, really, really good game. And it'd be fun to play on something like this, except that it is extremely note-taking intensive.
Right, so I think what you gotta do is you gotta use the beamerang to keep the platform elevated and then
Oh,
light up the
yes, you're right. While that is going up and down.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
don't
be
see
sure
me.
not to hit the fucking guard again with the goddamn beamerang.
I was trying to see if I could get the key, but I can't. Floppa. There we go. Yay! And then down, I guess, yeah. And that gets me the key, which opens the door over there. Got it. Clever.
Save it.
Yep.
I've also been playing a Lisa fan game called Lisa the Unbreakable. The
That's nice.
the the second version of it, which is it's actually sort of interesting. So basically, this guy made this fan game, right, called Lisa the Unbreakable, and it's like this entire game. It's like 8 hours long, right? And he was like, you know what? This is shitty. this is poorly written. I'm just gonna remake
His own
the whole
game?
Yeah, so he remade his entire own game. And now it's the now I believe it's called the Blood and Socks edition. And it's, of course, it reuses a lot of the same assets and whatnot, but he like totally rewrote it, and it's way better.
This is why copyright expiration is a good idea.
I mean, we're sort of fortunate in that Austin Jorgensen doesn't give a shit about protecting his IP.
Yeah. Sounds like a cool guy.
Like, during a Reddit AMA, he was asked, what's canon? He said everything's canon, even the fan games. Fanfic, all canon.
Even the contradictory ones, especially the contradictory ones.
Yes. So,
Alright.
So, yeah, I mean, there's a couple really notable fan games for Lisa. There's there's Lisa the Hopeful, which really feels like basically just like a straight up expansion pack to the base game. Like, then there's Lisa the Pointless, which unfortunately the original developer only ever completed like the first half of the game and left it on sort of a denouement. But a bunch of fans of that fan game actually came in and vastly expanded it into the Scholar of Wilbur Sin edition. So there's a fan mod of a fan game of Lisa the Painful. And this is the complexities of fan creations.
Alright, I can... They trapped a mailman. Oh. We're actually fighting these dudes now. I got it. Oh, yeah, put you in the back, Habu. And then you... Hmm.
Uh, yeah. So so the notable fan games are the Pointless, the Hopeful, um, the Vagaful, the Oblivious, the Unbreakable, and the Timeless. And both, and the Pointless was remade by fans of that thing, and uh, the Unbreakable was remade by its own creator, which is an interesting thing to occur.
And we've talked before about like the economics of fan mods for things,
Mhm.
and how like that's the only reason that like some games are even playable anymore.
Oh yeah,
Um,
Bethesda, like Bethesda's like Elder Scrolls and Fallout games, right?
mhm.
Like it is on record that the developers and the lead designers know full well that the fans will fix the game for them,
Yep.
right? And will at times purposefully abandon, significant design priorities uh, as a cost-cutting measure under the assumption, oh well, the fans will fix it. Of course, that didn't work so well with Fallout 76 because you can't mod it because it's always online.
Right.
Um,
But even like good, even games like Fallout New Vegas, they're just so much better with the mods.
Admittedly, right, Obsidian had a year to make that game, right, which is
Oh yeah, no, I'm not blaming Obsidian. I'm just
yeah,
saying it's one of those. I'm gonna go fight this dude. Maybe he drops a key.
they. But yeah, but even like the lead design, but no, you're right. Like even the lead designer of Fallout New Vegas in interviews has stated that he plays with mods.
There's a whole website. It might be down now, but I used it called shit. I can't remember what it's called. I forgot it off the
But
Fallout New Vegas
but it's
modding subreddit. That like here's a list of like compatible mods that do most of the heavy lifting for you.
yeah, here's a list of the mods the community has come together and agreed are the real shit.
Yeah, and like a lot of them like there's like a whole like visual enhancement category. They're just like we're not going to do this because like it makes for good screenshots, but it doesn't play well, and it's really heavy on your computer, so we don't care.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Actually,
Of course, right. Of course, also like Paradox games, such as Crusader Kings and Hearts of Iron, etc., are really get a lot out of their modding communities, right?
hmm
Like, I'd say Hearts of Iron is actually probably the worst case. Hearts of Iron 4 specifically is probably the worst for this, right? Where vanilla Hearts of Iron 4 is really kind of a mediocre World War II strategy game.
hmm
Right. But the mods released for it there's so many of them and they're so amazing, right? You have like Equestria at War, which is amazing, right?
Yeah, it's like a whole game.
It's like its whole own game. It's got unique focus trees for almost every single country. It's got 3 continents that are totally unique. It's got all these sort of it's got tons of lore and character writing,
And art.
and art and music. It has its own unique soundtrack, which is actually quite long. And it also has lots of mechanics of how how the world is set up that create interesting conflicts. Like there's basically like this brewing huge war in Equestria between the changelings and the the Equestrian Empire, right? And you have the thing of Equestria is huge, has huge amounts of resources and manpower, but it's just not able to right. It just really struggles early in the game to try to motivate itself to mobilize properly. Because those dang ponies have become too used to peace.
That was a good time to level up because I don't have very much in the way of healing items.
Yeah. So it's
didn't drop a key.
And then you have the continent of Griffonia, which also has its own interesting dynamics. Like you have the Griffin Empire, which is now just a rump state, and its former breakaway territories, which are all sort of struggling for the legitimacy of being the true successor state. Also, there's a country which allows you to literally do 1984 and have your country run by Big Sister.
Oh, that is nice.
Who, of course, is also a made-up person, right, in the fiction of the world.
Right.
Right. Like, honestly, if I were running, like, a tabletop RPG set in the My Little Pony universe, I would draw very, very heavily from the lore of Equestria at War.
I mean, how else do you have conflict of an appreciable, like, RPG scale?
Yeah. Of course, there's the Stalingrad, the homeland of international communism in the world of My Little Pony.
I mean, the taken by the show, right? Equestria is a weird place in that they're clearly like a kind of egalitarian state, but because like there's clearly no homeless ponies, right? And things like that. But they also have rich people who are not nobility. They have Fancy Pants?
Yeah.
Somebody who's like a rich businessman.
Yeah, they clearly have a bourgeoisie of some sort.
Yeah, so I don't know. I guess it might be like a... Hold on, my cat's attacking my desk. Hello, cat. It's really like a I don't know, what we might today call a liberal monarchy.
Yeah, it's similar to like a constitutional monarchy.
Yeah, well, they clearly have like a benevolent, immortal god monarch. So I don't know what you do.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't know why she allows for the exploitation of labor in the first place. But there's no pony marks, I guess.
Yeah, except in Equestria at War, where there's
I want to know what's his punny name.
I forget exactly what his name is.
You can look that up. I want to know.
I have to go grab my phone because I don't want to break the.
I gotta get back into reading pony fan fiction because that shit's good.
Oh yeah, I did tell you ages ago. Months ago now. I did finish.
Fallout Equestria.
Yeah, Fallout Equestria.
Yeah, Fallout Equestria is very good and very long. I've only read it once.
Yeah, it's very long.
660,000 words. I forget how long One Piece is, but they're pretty comparable.
Still not as long as Homestuck, but...
No. I mean... we'll see how that goes. One day, maybe.
But there's also a couple notable, very large fan works of Fallout Equestria.
There's like 6.
Yeah.
Like, that are really big and well-known. And if you count all the small ones, there's like 1,000 of them.
Yeah, so... just counting, the well-known ones. There's also, I think it's called, Project Horizons or something like that?
Yeah, Project Horizon, Pink Eye, something like that?
Yeah,
Pink
which I believe is about as long as the original Fallout Equestria.
Yeah, mm-hmm.
So, So you can get your own sort of pony epic on if you really want to. Um, Also, that's one
Some of the
thing.
best stories I've ever read have been My Little Pony fan fiction.
Yeah.
Because the people in that community are really, really like, because they're largely millennial adults, and so they're like, let me, take all this other stuff I've read and fill it with colorful ponies.
Yeah. I don't know. Also, this just sort of reminded me of one of the many disappointing aspects of Homestuck 2.
Oh, right. You were
Right, one
telling
of
me
the
about
narrative
that.
things that they don't address right is that, right. So basically, right. So spoiler for Homestuck: some of the characters survive to the new world, which is in fact created. Um, and a lot of them are god tiered, so they're literally immortal. Um, well, they have conditional immortality in the way that it does, right? But they're ageless and they're very very powerful, right? So there is sort of like this interesting question of like, okay, we've made Earth C, we have this new society going, and we are the living gods who don't necessarily agree on how the new society should work. Right, and there's lots of interesting stuff you could do with that. Like, hey, I'm gonna take my own little batch of people and go fuck off to the moon or something to run it how I want to, because fuck the rest of you guys. There's lots of stuff you could have done. That could have been done with that. They did none of it. It's just fucking.
Yeah, it's great when there's like, hey, there's a lot of interesting stuff you could do with a premise like this, and like, let's do none of it and let's be boring, or let's be
No.
like innovative in a really boring way.
No, it's not right. The issue isn't simply that it's boring, right? It's really the epilogues are really bad, right? Specifically because right Homestuck, right. So much is made to do about Homestuck's plot, which is very very large, long, intricate, and very intricate in its design, right? There's this whole flow chart just having to do with the that a fan made, just tracking the movement of the stuffed bunny rabbit through the timelines, right?
Oh, right.
Right, and it is consistent throughout the entire thing, and it is very complicated.
So what we're observing here in Bug Fables is class solidarity across national borders, and in fact species.
Well, that's nice. So
I like it.
so much ado is made about this in Homestuck, but the fact is that the main draw is, of course, the characters, right? The vast majority of the actual text of Homestuck is dialogue.
Right.
Right, right. There's actually relatively little narration. It's almost the story's almost exclusively one-on-one interpersonal dialogues between characters, and that's right, and that's the meat of and that's the meat of the experience.
It's a text message chain.
Yeah, it's you're going through someone's fucking AOL instant messenger.
Yeah, back when that was a thing. How many can I hold?
Of course, the modern version, of course, would be Discord, but
yeah.
What, cat? What's your deal? You're happy sitting in your place, and then you just wander off and sit in the middle of the hard floor and scream. Like
We are trying to restore monarchy, but that's whatever.
Like, I'm so unhappy about this predicament I put myself in for no reason.
It's like climbing up onto the top of a high place and not being able to get down again. It's like, where? It's like, you did this to yourself.
Yeah, anyway. So, the characters are the real core of the appeal, obviously. Right? And the epilogues especially, although Homestuck 2 tries to course correct for it a little bit, but ultimately fails. just absolutely fucking wreck the characters, just just through and through.
So there's this book fiction series I've been reading, waiting for the last book to come out, which is the Locked Tomb series, which is it. It's I really like the way it's written, and I like a lot of the characters, but it's one of those where I think maybe the fan fiction community is probably going to be more interesting than whatever the plot actually turns out to be.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but one of the characters notably wears a pair of sunglasses, um, like in inappropriate situations. And according to the wiki, the author was like, "Yes, I was inspired by Dave Strider from Homestuck," and I'm like, I don't know what to say about this.
You
I
like
don't
the
know
work of, you like the written works of somebody who likes Homestuck.
I do like it.
Um, which means that you're guilty by association.
Well, like I've read like half of Homestuck. I mean, it's
Right.
I don't think it's bad.
Right.
It's just too much of it.
Yeah, I mean, if you value parsimony in your storytelling, it is not a good experience.
Well, except for the flash bits, which are I don't know how they are even done now. Maybe they're on HTML5 or something. But it's like, hey, this tiny little detail that goes by in like 4 frames, yeah, that's plot relevant.
I mean, admittedly, right. So I read Homestuck from the archive, right, which is a very different experience than reading it as it updates,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
And right, if you're reading it from the archive and you basically read the entire thing over the course of like a month, which I did, um, it's pretty fine to follow, right? It's not that there's not much that's terribly confusing about it. What?
Yeah. When you gotta wait.
Yeah, but when you gotta wait, and it's like it's been like 2 months since I've read anything Homestuck, right? Like you're gonna forget shit.
Yeah, I went on vacation for a week, came back, and had no idea what was going on.
Yeah,
That's when I stopped reading.
yeah, that can get yeah. But admittedly, right? Like like Andrew Hussey had a frankly astonishing amount of productivity to
Oh
write.
yeah, he'd release like 5 updates a day.
Yeah, like writing just writing all that stuff, just writing the dialogue. Never mind formatting it, getting the website up, doing the images, all the other shit associated with it, right? Just doing that much writing is an incredible Herculean feat. Both in doing that much writing that is not also just total nonsense. Because
He did go through a period where he like there was like over a year. Was it the Gigapause?
yeah,
Where he just didn't. I think he was just working on the story. So
yeah.
also we have encountered wasp Nazis.
Wasbies?
Yeah, I was thinking about it. There's really no way to make a good. I'm sure someone would come up with one.
Nosps?
Wasps basically are the Nazis of the animal kingdom anyway.
Yeah, I don't really have much sympathy for wasps.
No, fuck them. I don't care what vital role they play in our chain of whatever.
Bees make vomit that tastes good, okay? Learned.
They pollinate plants and shit like that, and a lot of them don't even sting you.
Yeah. Wasps, they just randomly make a nest right in front of your right above your fucking front door and sting the shit out of you for no fucking reason.
Yeah. Was it bees will usually only attack to defend themselves, but wasps will do it out of like for fun, basically.
Yeah.
Peasant commoner. Okay. Is that guy just hiding behind a box?
I think
I
that
don't get it.
maybe
It
it's
might be like a grenadier.
yeah, or yeah, it might be like boxes full of bombs or like some kind of weird battery or something. I don't know.
What did you think was going to happen? Go over there. Ugh. All right. This is gonna be fun. All right, you have the least AOE shit to do, V. So why don't you, Max? Pretty sure Ultimax is the name of one of the versions of Dance Dance Revolution. Okay, Device says beat everybody else up first, so let's beat everybody else up first. I like, oh, I like that one. It's Dizzy. That's good. I like that one. Mm. Okay.
Well, yeah, so also, so Homestuck is also sort of victim to the, actually a similar sort of issue, right, where, not a similar issue, but to the interesting dynamic where the epilogues in Homestuck 2 were garbage, but there's actually a notable fan work called Vast Error, which is really good.
So Homestuck 2 is finished?
No, it got canceled.
Oh, okay.
It was really bad, though.
Right.
Which is why it got canceled.
Oh, yeah, you're telling me that, like, it all got bought out by somebody, and
Yeah, so Homestuck as a property ended up getting bought out by Viz Media, which seems like which I think we've discussed on stream even before, right? Which I think was a terrible decision because Viz doesn't have anything to offer doesn't have anything useful to offer to the property, right? They're not a good fit, right? Viz Media mostly does translations and localizations of Japanese, comics and whatnot. And, also get into, like, merch shit and other stuff like that, right? But that's not really a good fit for what you want, what you probably should have done with Homestuck, which honestly, I think like, putting on the businessman hat for a moment, right? After Homestuck was done, right, the model they should have moved to should have been to release new Homestuck-related media as visual novels.
Yes.
Which you can then charge for. Visual novels are very easy to make. They're very cheap, right? Which means that your development costs are very low. And visual novels are generally very amenable to these sort of very long-winded, complicated stories that Homestuck is very much a kind of.
Yeah, Homestuck basically just is a visual novel, just one without any choices.
Yeah.
No, and there's a word for what those are, but not all visual novels have choices.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just a medium.
So it's the best. So it's the best fit. It includes a clear monetization model, because Homestuck, right, sort of arose at the very tail end of the period of time where you would go to a specific website for a specific thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And nowadays you don't go to a specific website for a specific thing. You go to one of the many aggregator websites like YouTube or something, right, to look at stuff. And if you're not in one of those aggregators, right, you're just never going to get any traffic. So basically release it as a series of visual novels. I probably would have written a set of epilogues that were, like, actually epilogues, because while it wouldn't have been the height of artistic integrity, right, the fact is that lots of fans would have just liked it, right? basically just have each basically have a epilogue, which is like a book length, which just sort of farts around the timeline to tie up loose ends and have fun little character moments or whatever, right? Which you know people, right, which the fan base would like and would play very well, even if it's not the most innovative thing. And then after that, you'd want to transition into new Homestuck properties where you can onboard new audience members, right? Because if you release a new installment in a series where you have to have read like a 1,000,000 word long story beforehand to get to understand what the fuck's going on, right? Like you're never going to be able to onboard anybody, right?
Yeah.
So if you're making a Homestuck 2 or sequel or spinoff or whatever, right? It needs to start from ground zero where you can introduce new audience members to everything, and they don't have to have a deep understanding of what the hell happened before this, other than the very vague premise.
Something's happening. So we got here, we found the former queen. We're like, where's the king that took over? And she's like, I don't know. He left when you attacked the Ant Kingdom. And now we're like, but the Ant Kingdom, drove off the wasps. And now there's some revelation that everybody had except Vi. Okay. Was the general there? Was that the general then who was at the Queen's chambers when... Maybe that's who it was who was lying. I don't remember exactly. Ooh. Got Queenie on my side. That's nice. General Fuff. Okay. This is a little bit of a silly twist. I'll grant you the rest of the military of the Ant Kingdom is kind of nothing. Oh, good. We don't have to go all the way back to... I do like that. And then there's nothing wrong. It's a triple fake out.
Nobody expects the triple bluff.
I guess. This is a Metal Gear game. It's just we don't have anybody in the... I guess the general maybe is Ocelot.
Team Snake Mouth? Snake Eater? Get it? Get it?
Dun, 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 dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
Who are you? Oh, are there? I'm gonna take all of them and not do any of them.
There's just the one.
There's no penalty for not doing them.
They should just have like a really strict time limit to stress you out.
That definitely seems like the way this game would work.
Oh, also, I learned that, there's the new Baldur's Gate that came out.
Mm-hmm.
Baldur's Gate 3. It actually has a co-op mode.
Does it?
Yeah.
I didn't play the first two Baldur's Gates.
I don't think you have to, but... it's D&D set in the Forgotten Realms with, like, mind flayers and shit. Like, it's less of a story and more of a vibe,
Right. No, it was this guy. So I guess this is the king. All right, and the king like did this dramatic face reveal, and it was just some fucking wasp. Yeah, there you go.
We ripped the mask off to show it's some guy.
It's Dave. And then the screen just goes Dave. Like, okay.
God damn it, I knew it was Dave.
Uh... That was great, actually.
We wouldn't fall for the
Fall
same
for the-
trick twice. Immediately falls for the same trick twice.
He was like, "Yeah, you would." Boom. So we're all standing close together.
Why do we always seem to stand close together in a perfect row?
We just fucking beat that dude's ass. Or lady's ass. I don't know who it is.
Is the twist ultimately that the Ant Queen wasn't evil the whole time?
Despite having every evil trope. Yeah, I guess maybe. Like, turns out the guys we said were the bad guys were the bad guys. Great.
Hmm.
What? So, yeah, she was just totally on board with helping her people the entire time. I guess that is not what we expected, technically.
Okay.
I find that a little bit...
And it was Dave the whole time. Like, what?
Yeah, exactly. It's like it was the Wasp Kingdom, like the first part of the game, like the Wasp Kingdom, the Wasps are the bad guys. We're like, oh, okay, and then they do all this shady shit with the Queen and being kind of a jerk, and like, oh, maybe she's gonna be bad, and like, nope. Unless this is the double cross. Okay. We figured that was true.
Crystal energy.
Oh, maybe it's the good queen, Elizantha First, who's actually the evil tyrant. Because she wanted to be young and rule forever.
Mm-hmm. There's nothing special about crystals, though. Like, salt's a crystal, man.
Yeah, I know. But it's...
Ice is a crystal.
There was, I mean, glass. When we talk about, like, crystal goblets or whatever, it's just a type of glass.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know.
The crystal caverns, and it's just a cave full of fucking window panes.
Uh, there are some like what do they call them? Geodes.
Hmm.
Like some geodes are huge.
Oh yeah, they can they can be very large. In fact, I think they're even like like deep underground like geodes that are like you can walk in.
Right. Something about the way water deposits minerals on the interior of I don't know. I'm
It's
not a
some
geologist.
it's some geology mumbo jumbo.
So like it's interesting. Science as like there's a distinction in science, I think, between like explanatory I don't know. So like physics on the one hand, like is talk about like the fundamental rules of the universe. But like geology is like, okay, how do like specific processes occur under certain conditions? And, that's interesting. It'd
Yeah,
be nice
there's
if there was a way to generalize science, but maybe not.
yeah, I mean there are kinds of like in geology, right? There are kinds of rocks which like only occur in one place on the entire planet.
Yeah. Is it there's three kinds of rocks in general? Is
Uh,
it sedimentary, igneous, and
I forget.
I can't remember what the last one is.
Look, I my the extent of my geology knowledge is from fucking Dwarf Fortress, which really comes down to memorizing which ores actually have useful metals in them.
I mean, I was one of those kids who like I'd get like I remember once my family had some friends over, like friends of the family, and I was like 8, and they brought me a book about digestion because like one of them was a doctor of some kind, the other one was like a teacher. So like now I know way more about how digestion works than I ever expected
You
to
you
because
need
I
to
was one of those. I was like, it's a kid's book about science. I'm gonna read it.
yeah, you need to follow their example. When you visit someone else's family with kids, you need to hand those kids a copy of the Communist Manifesto.
I should. I really should. Just like a wink. Don't tell your no. Tell your parents. Tell them very loudly that
The
you now have the correct set of beliefs.
I mean the publish like the major publisher the major current publisher that you'll find like on Amazon of the Communist Manifesto, which is a pretty good copy, actually sells the Communist Manifesto at cost, so it's only like a buck
Ooh,
50.
nice. Good for them. Is the Giant's Lair the human house? Because this game clearly takes place in someone's backyard.
I mean that seems pretty obvious.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, great. I was gonna say, like, this is the first we've heard about the termites, I think. Ooh, isolationist but advanced society. Sounds pretty neat.
They're just like Wakanda.
Yeah. I want to live in an isolationist but advanced society. Just go there and be like, okay, the rest of the world can have fun. I'm gonna be here.
Unfortunately,
Maybe.
that's not how it works.
No, it's not.
Isolationism uh, typically goes along with extreme backwardness.
Yeah. The rub. Hmm. A rubber prison. Golden Path Tunnel. Oh, I need to go somewhere in this little gap. I don't know if I can get there yet.
You know, all this plot's boring me. You know, there needs to be a little section of the game screen dedicated to like an endless runner video, and then like another portion of the screen that's just a Family Guy series of Family Guy clips.
So you basically want me to dual screen this with YouTube Shorts?
I mean, surely consuming media that way will have no effect on your attention span.
No. Just phased right through Kabu.
I mean, technically you're all two-dimensional, so, like... You gotta hit the button. Okay.
Achievement on.
Also, I learned some fun stuff about Mongolia the other day, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So, firstly, Mongolia actually has the lowest population density of any country on Earth.
Huh.
Currently. And half of the... so, averaging about one person every square kilometer. And half of the country's population lives in the one city in the country.
Is that Ulaanbaatar?
I
Is that the
forget.
name? I can't remember.
I forget
how
the
it's
exact
pronounced.
name, right? But there's one city and half the population lives there.
Makes sense.
And then outside of the city, you know, it's just the endless steppe.
Oh shit.
And of course, also more ethnic Mongolians live in China than live in Mongolia.
Somehow I'm not surprised. I don't know why. Just that seems to be the way it goes.
Because the country of Mongolia is really just outer Mongolia, and then there's inner Mongolia, which is in China,
Oh.
which has a larger population. But yeah. Also, here's an interesting thing for you about the economic and environmental development of Mongolia. So, of course, back in the 20th century, Mongolia was basically turned into a satellite state of the Soviet Union and had, you know, a communist government installed, right? A significant, and they basically built the one city in the country and did some minor industrialization. But much of the population still lives old pastoralist lifestyles, you know. Herding,
With yurts and such?
yeah, yurts and herding animals of various sorts.
Interesting.
Like most of the population outside of the city are pastoralists. And under the communist regime, you know, evil as they are, they limited the size of herds that these pastoralists could have, and what kinds of animals they could have. Exactly. Right.
Right.
Of course, the Soviet Union fell and freedom occurred.
Yes, that's how that works.
Yes. And the birth rate, of course, naturally plummeted from a rate of about 7 per woman, which is pretty usual which is high, but also kind of usual for such agrarian areas.
Right.
To 2 per woman.
That's quite the fall.
Along with, you know...
Oh, this is where it goes.
Along with, your usual decline in quality of life and whatnot and all that other stuff, right? But importantly, it got rid of those, oh, see, look, you're trying to bash through there the whole fucking time, and now we're to the cutscene where they get rid of it.
Yeah.
But freedom occurred, right? Which means that herds could be of any size and of any kind of animal the pastoralists wanted. And of course, in the 90s, merino wool started becoming a big thing. So, a lot of the pastoralists got rid of a lot of their subsistence herds and started herding merino sheep, right? The issue, of course, being that merino sheep aren't native to the Mongolian steppe.
Of course.
So they have two characteristics which are problematic. One is that they don't, they're not proper grazers, right? They don't eat the tips of the grass. They go and eat the roots too, right?
Oh, so they don't grow back.
So they don't go back, and also their hooves are significantly sharper, so they break up the ground a lot more. Which means that you have desertification and a big Dust Bowl effect.
Yeah, it's almost like the reason things happen, so clearly the introduction of capitalism and the market is like, okay, what's popular somewhere else in the world now has reach into the Mongolian steppe, and now they're making these economic decisions that are good for, immediate short-term profit, but physically destroy the environment that they managed to sustain for, millennia, presumably.
Yeah.
Without, just by figuring out, what actually lived there.
Yeah.
It's just, ooh.
So, and I think it's an excellent example of how there's no scale at which capitalism is sustainable, right?
Yes.
Right, because we're talking about a very small population of people, right? Mongolia, in total, only has like 3 million people living in it. And we're talking about pastoralist families, right? So, very small economic units. And once they're subjected to the influences of the market, immediately begin to make decisions which fundamentally destroy the environment they need to survive in.
Yep. There's a lot of hubbub for there's a lot of hubbub for basically nothing you would find.
So, So, sure, in a couple generations, pastoralist society will be completely non-viable in that region of the world, and
destroying, thousands of years of tradition and culture and all that jazz.
But hey, they had freedom.
They had freedom to follow whatever the market says, even at the cost of their own existence and identities.
Exactly.
But that's the only way you can have progress. There's no other possible way to improve the world except through the rampant exploitation of labor.
And the destruction of the natural environment.
Right. I started outlining, I don't know if it's going to be a whole book yet, but my anti-space capitalism project.
I'm telling you, we need to turn that into a series of podcasts or something.
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, yeah, we can do like a podcast where we have a season on a particular topic that we go into in depth, maybe.
Yeah.
Or we just do what we usually do and just rant about something for 45 minutes. But, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. And then we'll be pod stars.
Yes, that's how that goes.
Yeah, that's exactly how it goes. there aren't, many thousands of obscure podcasts that are of very high quality but never get any traction.
No, but it's like Medium or Substack or Twitch, or it's like
Oh,
look how much money these people make. You
yeah,
too can make that much money.
it's called survivor's
Like,
bias, right? You don't look at all
right, exactly.
you don't see all the failures. And also they tend to sort of ignore certain important factors. Like how did PewDiePie become uh the biggest YouTuber, for so long? I don't know if he's still the biggest one. And the answer is basically his family owns an advertising company, and they
Yeah.
set him up to be successful on the platform by gaming the system and giving him basically all the initial investment that needs to be done to do it.
Yeah, like I think Bill Gates, his mother was on the board at IBM or something like that.
Yeah,
And
so
was like, yeah, give a contract to my son.
hmm uh, and it basically had nothing to do with PewDiePie's ability to host or entertain his audience. It was just
Right.
like it could have been any schlub in the same position. They'd have been just as successful, and maybe they would have had. And frankly, if it was someone else, they may have had a bit of an easier time controlling all the gamer words.
Well, yeah, so yeah, it's the thing, right? You have a tiny advantage or a relatively minor advantage in one particular way. Like that doesn't guarantee that PewDiePie would be good, right? Still has to provide some kind of thing that people
Yeah.
find at least minimally acceptable. But he can weather the early times and negative times better,
Mm-hmm.
and so he has a better chance of succeeding, all else being equal.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like the argument about like, oh, people. I read this article. I have it somewhere. People, Starbucks is successful because people prefer Starbucks over the local
That's
guy. But
that's
you
not
don't
true.
structurally. Well, A, it's not true. But B, structurally, you don't need it to be true,
Yeah.
right? Because if you have an actual majority of the people who prefer the local guy, the local coffee shop, and some minority but significant chunk who would just as soon go wherever is convenient, right? They don't care one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
That so you have some kind of customer base for Starbucks. Then all Starbucks has to do is build in convenient places, where the local, or have a dozen Starbucks in a city, so they're at every convenient place. And all else being equal, all they really have to do is be able to leverage their margins better because they are Starbucks and they can buy in bulk and have better consumer margins. So you can actually have a majority of consumers in an area prefer the local coffee shop and still end up with only Starbucks.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the fact is that consumer preference very rarely ever actually affects production decisions, right? Production decisions almost are almost exclusively driven by factors that have nothing to do with consumer preferences, right? And you can see this in lots of different areas. For example, why is it in the early 2000s reality TV started taking off? Like,
cheap.
right? And the answer is because it was a way of getting around the actors' unions, right? The actors and writers' unions. So, they could produce them, basically paying the cast and crew nothing. And they're so cheap to make that if you lose money on it, who cares? And if they make money, right, it costs so little to produce that it's going to end up paying for all of the other failed ones you have. And really had nothing to do with people liking anything about reality TV shows, which nobody reminisces about that one season of that one reality TV show, right? Like there's zero cultural staying power to any of this.
The only thing I can think of is watching the first season of Jersey Shore, but that's because I watched it with my friends and we made a night of it, and so that's what I remember.
Yeah, but like how many fucking seasons of Survivor are there and how many spin-offs
Like
are there?
20? A bunch.
And how many
Uh,
seasons do they have, right? So we're talking like 100 seasons of TV show and there there's no cultural traction behind it at all. It's totally disposable media. Um, and you can also see it in the realm of video games, right? Where, you have the implementation of microtransactions and DLC and all these other things, which the majority of the consumers dislike quite a lot, actually. But they're able to exploit a minority of basically addicts
right, the whales.
in order to continue to be able to turn a profit. Can you just, like, not damage this guy?
The only person who's been able to damage him at all is Kabu.
Maybe we should do some heavy strikes with Kabu. Well, you don't have any
Yeah.
of the TP.
Yep,
You're out of TP.
I am. Can't spare square. Alright, okay, he can do a little bit too. Ugh. You know what? I'm tired of fighting this guy. Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away.
So, oh, a Weevil.
Oh. A scientist.
I'm a scientist of bread and bread-related phenomena.
So you're a baker?
Well, a baker is a practitioner of bread.
It's true. Um, so it's a Lost Woods kind of deal.
So, old-timey sailors, right? They need hardtack, right?
Yeah.
And of course, sanitation isn't that great, so often the hardtack would become infested with weevils.
Yeah.
So do you know how they often decide to deal with weevils in their hardtack?
How?
They'd eat the hardtack in the dark, so they wouldn't be able to tell.
That figures. Yeah, we think the world is a whole lot more disgusting. Not all that long ago.
I mean, really, even a century ago.
Yeah.
I mean, partially you had a long road to the development of germ theory. And really, like, germ theory and modern anesthetics are, like, the pillars of modern medicine, right? Before those two innovations, right, doctors weren't really that much of a help.
No. I think it has a negative effect on medical science today. I mean, I can think of a number of important, like... What? Oh. I entered the woods and I understand what happened now. A number of important, like, medical, I don't know if I call them experiments, but, like, trials that just got no follow-up whatsoever. I think that's for a later thing.
What's an example you're thinking of?
Well, like, there were definitely, like, trials of, what was it? That stuff they gave to pregnant women in, like, the 50s or 60s that had all sorts of horrible effects, like, 30, 40 years down the line, and there just wasn't a whole lot of, like, it was only once those effects started becoming really well known that there were any actual, like, studies done on it. Whoa.
It's like, well, this didn't have... So it's like, well, this medication didn't have any degenerative effects a week after they took it, therefore it must be fine.
Right. Stuff like that. I don't know if that's exactly the right example, but stuff like that is definitely the case.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people who have like I'm just wondering, I'm not even paying attention to where I'm going. Like if you're I think it probably happens a lot with like natal and prenatal stuff, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
you're a newborn and you're, the subject to some new drug or technique or something, and you just okay, it's fine like in the moment, and we got to get you through the hospital. So, um, but then there's I don't know if they do really do a whole lot of follow up. But anyway, point being, I'm looking for some kind of like marked thing. I don't know what mark I'm looking for. Um,
Oh, there's a
uh,
DVD. Those are
yeah,
CDs.
these are all CDs, but they don't seem to be marking a path particularly. Like this will just take me over there again.
CD,
Um,
short for compact disc.
yes, maybe this because it's notched. Maybe that does a thing. Okay, that's a thing. Um, but anyway, and I wonder if that comes from the history of like medicine. So like chemistry arose from alchemy, right?
Yeah.
Which kind of had to be like a long-term scientific endeavor, at least somewhat,
Mm-hmm.
right? And physics through natural philosophy and stuff like that. Um, but medicine was much more of a apprenticeship journeyman kind of process,
Yeah.
and like a huge amount of medicine, like we think about like traditional medicine, these a huge amount of it is just this is what my master told me to do in this
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah.
So I wonder.
It's like, well, we have no idea why this works, but it seems to kind of work, so we're gonna do
Right.
it.
And I mean it's definitely better these days than it used to be, but
Yeah.
I like my concern is that we treat doctors and medical science like scientists in a way,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
like dude.
When they haven't fully shaken off that old trade
Yeah,
tradesman culture.
right. Where and also, I mean, really, what they are is, it's good to have a scientific mindset and do scientific studies. But really, what a doctor is a systems engineer,
Yeah.
because you're working on a big, complicated system with big, complex outputs that are not
Mm-hmm.
intuitive, right? And so when we do things like double-blind control groups for drugs, like that's great. Like obviously, if you're going to do a trial for a new drug, you want to do the double-blind control group stuff, to make sure that you minimize your bias. But a lot of the time, it's, well, we have a drug that we think for whatever reason is going to produce positive effects in this way, and then we do the study to figure out if that's true. But that that's not really a gold standard of like the level of quality of data that you're putting into the system, right? You
Yeah.
need to have a model of complex feedback loops and stuff
Yeah.
for the human person, and specifically every individual human person.
Yeah.
And that's very complicated and time consuming and expensive, but otherwise you can't do good medicine.
Yeah. I think we've discussed this off stream before, but I think it's actually a
Yeah.
much worse in the realm of mental health.
Oh
Uh,
God, mental health is.
right,
I
where
mean, I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, but it just seems like woo woo to me a lot. Like where do they, like see like but cognitive behavioral therapy,
yeah,
like it clearly has some like clinical therapeutic efficacy,
yeah,
but like it just seems to have come out of nowhere,
yeah.
right?
So so I feel that like I feel that mental health treatment is basically still in the dark ages, right? We're still it's still in the pre-anesthetic, pre-germ theory sort of stage
Oh
where
yeah.
they don't even have where we don't really even have a good model for like what the fuck we're even treating.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean, like you look at the DSM, and like
right?
how much of the DSM through history has just been stuff that has like no, it's not like a, a mental disease or whatever. It's just been socially weird,
Yeah, I mean
right?
like hysteria.
Yeah, hysteria. I mean, homosexuality for a
Yeah,
while there, and
but you have issues right where there's also like just a basic like issue in the framework of how the DSM is conceptualized, right? Where the idea is that a given set of symptoms perfectly matches to a specific cause, right? When the fact
Right.
is that that's not a reasonable inference, right? If we have a symptom of my car won't start, well, there's many things that could cause that, right?
Right.
The ignition could be bad, the battery can be bad, the engine block could be missing, right?
Yes.
A symptom is the beginning of an investigation, not the not the conclusion, right?
Okay, I only get us limited time with that.
um,
Yes, exactly.
so you end up with stuff of like in medical trials of antidepressants where it's like, oh well, you know well having depression's caused by low serotonin or high serotonin, or maybe serotonin has nothing to do with it.
Right. I mean the extent to which fine. The extent to which psychiatry, psychology, whatever, and I know they're different, but whatever, is a science is the extent to which it is compatible, in my view, with neurology.
Yeah. So
Like if neuroscience and psychology cannot find a common ground, then I would say psychiatry is probably not doing what it ought to be doing, scientifically speaking.
yeah, and actually I looked it
Um,
up,
so I gotta go this way.
and CBT therapy for addiction has about as high a success rate as uh, the 12-step program.
Is that I assume that's not a lot.
That's one, it's not a lot. Two, the 12-step program is literally faith healing.
Yes.
Right? So our scientific, verifiable treatment system is about as effective as faith healing, right? Like that's not reassuring.
That's true.
Your heart surgery is about as has about the same success rate as someone doing an exorcism on you. It's not.
What do they call it? Reiki?
That's one form of faith healing, yes.
Yeah.
That's sort of the sort of Easternified, Californian Asian religion version of it.
Yeah.
Um,
That could have been more efficient. I'm not really paying attention.
that's also one thing I don't understand, right? Like the obsession of like, oh, traditional medicine, right? Where it's like, as we've discussed, right? The field of medical science has sufficient issues with doing science well that such things are definitely worth investigation, obviously. But like, there's no reason to be like, well, this is a good treatment because it's traditional or something, right? Like that doesn't make any sense.
Well, and the big problem comes from when you're like, okay, let's do science to it, and they're like, oh, your Western science won't figure out the blah blah
There's an
blah.
arrow
Like,
on the
no,
floor.
it's yeah, I see the arrow on the floor.
Yeah.
Like, like okay, yes, it's true that birch bark and aspirin have that's birch was it birch bark I guess contains the same
It's willow bark.
willow bark, whatever it is, contains I forget what the compound is called,
But it's aspirin.
it's aspirin. They're like, yes, fine. Let's. I mean, medicine as a thing came from some. Okay, great.
Do it
Came
over
from
again.
somewhere. Yeah, I don't. I literally don't know what other option I could have done.
There's another spot
But
there.
maybe I gotta go to the left. Oh yeah, here we go. Just need a good save point.
I kind of don't really care for these Lost Woods sort of levels.
No, they're kind of annoying, actually.
I mean, I understand having a navigation challenge in a game, right? But just totally fucking the, like, spatial reality of things, right, is. Like, that's... Right, there's no way to intuit an answer, right? Right, you can't look at the pieces and figure out what the answer is, right? You just have to figure it out by trial and error.
I mean, like, you go to, like, the Lost Woods in, like, Ocarina of Time, and, like, there's a clear visual clue that once you figured it out, once you figured the trick out, doing it is easy. And, I think that's broadly true in the other Zeldas as well. But here, like, they're like, okay, follow the mark. So I'm like, what? I mean, like, is there a mark here? I went through here already. Like, okay, obviously, mark here. Got it. And, like, one was like a CD was notched, and then one was like, I don't know, it was just literally the only other option on the map. So I mean, here? I mean, like, I've done this, and there's nothing. Like, there's nothing there. And that arrow, like, okay, I can bust that down. And then if I go that way, it just resets me over there. So that's not the correct way to go. And then this is the correct way to go, but, like, do you see a special mark or anything? Like, am I missing something? Is it like
No,
this
I
plank of
don't.
wood? Does that do it? Like, I don't know. So, I mean, I'll grant you, I'm not paying, like, perfect attention, but okay, I went there. That's not it. Okay, so it's got to be here. Okay. So this is some kind of... Okay, so there's an inn. Oh, great. That's not creepy. Oh, is it really an inn?
I mean, there's a bed there.
I guess. Okay, this is... I mean, I could go fight some stuff, and maybe I probably will. But, like, for right now, that's all I wanted was to heal. Cool. Do. Okay. Cool. Great. Jesus Christ.
Well, he has no defense, so that's good.
Yeah, but I mean, is this like a side boss, or am I supposed to be here?
Well, do your big, heavy attacks.
I guess. Like, there was definitely another area where there was a big-ass boss that I wasn't supposed to go to. Uh, earlier in the game. Oh yeah, Frozen Drill. Cool. Okay, guess I'll just do that again. There's no defense.
Yeah, so
So,
just do a tornado toss.
haha. Okay. After this, I can do that thing one more time. Nobody really needs any HP, but I guess I'll give it to Leaf. Neat. She really can't do anything. Really nothing to do with her. So let's let's just do nothing. Oh, he's free. Okay, great.
Yeah, just basic attacks. You're out of the TPs.
Yep. Shit. I didn't know what kind of attack he was going to do, so I was prepared for it. Oh, shit.
Well, that isn't a huge amount.
I think it's meant to be like... Well, I think it's meant to be like he is like the thing joined the flock and not was consumed by their fellows.
Yeah.
Ah, shit. Hit the wrong button. Oh well.
Yeah, but playing that Lisa fan game kind of makes me want to run a TTRPG in the setting. But I probably have to write my own in order to encapsulate the nature of the setting properly.
Yeah, you got to do a lot of buffs and stuff.
Yeah, Lisa's combat system is very much about the status effects. Which admittedly is probably the most interesting way of running, you know, a menu-based combat system.
Yeah, if you want to add some like strategic complexity.
Yeah, as opposed to, you know, the less well-designed JRPG games, where, you know, the optimum strategy is just choose the attack which does the most damage.
Yeah, most games are Pokemon.
Well, I mean, that's not quite true for Pokemon. The issue...
No, it's always worked for me.
Now, for sort of lower-level play, basically, in order to get through the game normally, yeah, that's absolutely true, right? You really... the baseline game really just does not challenge you enough to get, like, really into the nitty-gritty of the combat system. Of course, if you do, like, competitive Pokemon... right, then all that other shit, like, matters a lot.
Yeah. Oh, hey, I won. I just have to beat these things now. And, of course, they kill me. Hooray! Oh, okay, so it clearly wasn't that hard. Okay. teamwork points. I seem to be okay on health points, particularly if I can spend on healing items. But I would really like some more teamwork points.
The best defense is good making your enemies dead first.
Yes. Cool. I don't know what that was for or why I needed it.
You find a quest item. Why? You don't know quite yet.
Yeah, great. I mean, that's cool. I'm not saying that's not cool. Oh, hello. What's this? Oh, they're indicating that thing. And all the masks are, yeah, got it. Oh. Oh, I just leveled up, so yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Also, the creator of Lisa, Austin Jorgensen, actually does performance martial arts.
Oh.
So a lot of Lisa's combat is, very much, wild sort of martial arts nonsense. There's even like some explicit inspiration from Fist of the North Star in there.
If I go through here, I'm just going to end up over there, aren't I?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's how these Lost Wood style levels work, But,
Come on.
But yeah, so it'd have to be a combat system which incorporated lots of status effects and, like, throws and shit like that.
Oh.
Pumpkin.
It's a sparkly turd.
Yep.
That's what that is. A golden seedling and a mimic spider. Jesus. Yeah, it's better.
So what about you? Besides Bug Fables here, you been playing any video games?
Not really. What was the last game I played, other than Bug Fables? I guess... I don't know. I was gonna play Sniper Elite V2, but I just didn't. That's a good game. You get to shoot Nazis in the balls. Actually, if you want, you get to shoot Hitler in the balls, and I'm pretty sure he only has one. This was the correct way to go? Oh yeah, because the pencil's pointing to it. Alright. There's a certain... Alright, now that I've got that thing, will this change? Like, does anything change now? Do I have to go over here?
I mean, you'll just get respawned right there, so you can go check it out if you need
Yeah, there's
No,
clearly
but there's
something.
clearly a pipe over there that you can bend around to at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so isn't there a platform towards the south of where you are?
South? I think it's just. Oh yeah, you're right.
And then you
Oh, okay.
take that
I
pipe.
just never, I just never went on this pipe, I guess. And then this goes back, I assume. Those are all monsters. All these are horrible, horrible monsters that I don't find myself particularly wanting to fight. Oh, I get it.
So you watched the Barbie movie?
I did.
I haven't.
Don't.
Okay.
It's very bad. Like, there could have been a good movie there, but they didn't write that movie, so. Maybe I need to get it. Come on. I mean, the combat in this game is not unfun. It's just sort of broadly tedious.
I mean, have you looked at your full area there yet?
My full area?
Yeah, because, like, you don't necessarily know what you need to navigate the little stone towards yet, do you?
No. Oh.
Try to do a running charge on that? Alright, so I think what you need to do is you actually need to push the stone to get to the platform up to the north there, and then hop up there, and then try to fly over.
So every one of those pumpkin things is an enemy.
Well,
I mean, okay, yeah, I should fight it, but like this dude, the Iron Nail, is essentially impossible to beat in any kind of reasonable frame of time, and the other thing is just annoying. So it's just this part is just not being fun, but fine.
well, destroy the big ball of bugs thing first, and then work on whittling down that iron nail. Yeah, dash through should do some damage.
I don't want to waste my frozen drill on something that's just going to get all the fucking damage, but there we go. Let's give it a shot. All right. I only took up 16 humor points. All right. All right. All right. All right.
It's not quite high enough. Want me to just try to look up the solution for you, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
And don't leave the stream, because otherwise the enemies are gonna respawn.
Right.
So do you remember what this place is actually called?
No. Treacherous something? Forbidden something? Okay, so there's just an invisible wall here, I think. Oh, wait, hold on. Nope. Maybe those... Maybe God willing... Oh, right. That was dumb. And I don't think that's what I was supposed to do, but I did it anyway. Ugh. You bastard. It's alright. I know what to do. Okay. Uh, ooh. That does a lot of damage, and it's 2 points cheaper than the drill. Okay. Okay. Okay.
No, they really don't write guides like they used to.
No, I miss the good old days of game facts. Which I guess it. Oh, I gotta do the same thing with the fucking pumpkin, don't I?
It's like the only really thorough guide here is mostly just about all the fucking side quests.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is, Babby's first RPG, and so it's not like it's like the part I'm having trouble with. Like, oh, it should be easy, but fuck off. Fuck off. I think Elizant isn't even really fully inside the bubble.
Alright, well that guide's no help whatsoever.
Cool.
Also, I'm really hating how Fandom Wiki just totally fucked their entire usability of their website.
Oh yeah, it's bad. It's just like the ads that are the videos that play and nobody likes them and shit like that. It's just a pain in the butt. Okay, I'm clearly... Oh, it's over there, isn't it? No. Okay, I don't know then.
Man, I love how the internet's just become completely fucking unusable.
I know, right? Like it's weird. Like part of it's like I can't remember what I did before like social media. I mean, not that there's anything to do. Like you said, there's really no like sites to go to anymore. Um, but also just like I don't know, what did I ever use Google for? Oh, I'm just here where I
You'd use
was.
it to search for information that you're curious about.
Just go to Wikipedia. Just go straight to Wikipedia. Well, I have a Wikipedia app on my phone, right? I don't need anything. Oh.
Okay. You actually need to use that pumpkin enemy as a. You need to freeze him.
Oh, I gotta. Yeah. Okay, that's why I respond. Fuck.
And then up, I believe.
Up this way?
One moment. Let me go back.
Because there's like a thing down that has an up arrow.
Yeah, I'm skipping through the video. I'm watching.
There's one of those, huh?
Well, I don't. Well, literally none of the guides are useful at all. So
No, I'm with you.
I'm having to skip around in a fucking. Okay, that's too far. Great.
Mm.
Fucking YouTube on my phone. It's great.
Well, I'm gonna try this, and then if this doesn't work, I think I can do it again.
Okay.
Okay, that didn't work.
Go up there. Alright, yeah, so you do fly down into the slightly to the right after you're up on that platform.
There we go. Okay, I got it this time. But you're gonna be under-leveled, I don't care.
Well, you're gonna have to do grinding off screen again, so.
Yeah, it's fine. It took me all of 20 minutes last time. Alright, now
Remember the
this
good
way.
old days of JRPG grinding?
Yeah. Where you didn't have to do it because the game was properly balanced?
No, where it was something like Dragon Quest, where literally the whole fucking game is grinding.
Fuck me. You know what? I bet that's exactly the lesson here that I was supposed to learn here, too.
You gotta learn to rise and
Yeah.
grind.
That's way easier. Just do that. Well, I don't know. Like, okay, so Golden Sun, my favorite JRPG, because it's very simple, has grinding in it. But I don't know. Like, it's just not horribly tedious. Like, usually if you fight everything between point A and point B, you'll be able to get through it without doing a total party wipe and being a reasonable level by the time you get there. Like, the only time I can really remember having to go back and grind is for like the final boss.
Actually, that's interesting in the Lisa games, which is that they're, like, there's like no opportunity to grind.
Good.
Basically,
Grinding is bad.
Nearly all of the enemies are unique, with their own movesets and ability scores and whatnot. And
That's very impressive.
try burrowing with Kabu up there, because like you're getting a.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Is there some sort of ground pound thing you can do?
No. I mean, I can do this. Unless they're talking about no. Oh, I had to press A.
But yeah, the fact that you really can't grind in Lisa is actually part of what makes it really hard, though, at points.
Oh, here
There
we
you
are.
go.
Oh, some kind of mantis. Oh, I didn't notice. Alright, you... Not that.
Did you ever play any of the Pikmin games?
I played a little of the first one. I didn't really vibe with it. Okay, defense one. Got it. Let's see, 34. Five, 16, 30, 22.
Oh yeah, also I sent you that video of that guy who did a playthrough of Halo, saving as many Marines as possible.
Oh, yeah, that's on my to-watch list. I gotta watch it.
Yeah. He's also done similar videos for Half-Life and Dawn of War, actually.
Dawn of War, a Warhammer game?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dawn of War and Dawn of War 2, I believe, are considered like the best like RTS Warhammer games. And he managed to play through it while incurring zero casualties the entire campaign.
Nice. Fainted me. You've even told me to watch out for the faints, and I just didn't. Alright,
Yeah. So let's. Uh, it. Yeah. Also, we discussed a little bit about the that torch ship, uh, like audio drama thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little. That's a little. That's a little odd.
Yeah, I think it's kind
Hmm.
of putting the cart before the horse.
Yeah. I mean,
But I
like I'm
mean,
like I'm not gonna. I mean, it's free, so I'm not gonna like. So there's only so much you can complain about, but it seems like a bizarre decision, right? Because develop, like sure, develop like an accompanying audio drama thing to, because that helps support the core product, right? But
right.
like the core product should like already exist, and like
Yeah, it's
why not just like write them and then wait till it's like actually published to start publicizing these things, right? Like it's a little odd.
shit.
I was about to die anyway, so
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's either they have way more money than they thought they were going to, right? So it's basically a stretch goal, or they're way overconfident, and so they're
oh,
deciding to branch
it's
off
not
onto this thing.
it's not a Kickstarter project.
Well, however they're funding it, my
Yeah,
point.
so
It's in the same style. Or the third thing being that they're in a huge amount of like trouble, and they're trying to drum up interest in it to try and stave off, collapse.
mhm.
I don't know. Um,
Because I'd really just like a set of playtest rules for the game already.
yes. It'd be nice to see what they're working with. I mean, there's lots of like,
There's like lots of real
world
snippets
building.
and world
Yeah, there's
building.
lots of there's a ton of world building. There's like lots of great art, and like I really like the ideas and the but there's such a thing as too much world building.
Yeah. Um.
Uh, like sometimes I think there's too much world building in Blades in the Dark,
Mhm.
but the way the game is structured, like if you want to play in its setting, it's just mostly a whole lot of ideas.
Yeah.
Right. So my Blades in the Dark campaign, I have ideas around what's going to happen because my players have told me what they want to do. But mostly I'll be like, okay, so what do you guys want to do this week? And they'll come up with an idea, and I'll be like, all right, is there like a setting thing that can facilitate that? And like, yes, there is. I'll do this, that, and the other thing. And so there's stuff like that, which is great. And it's there, if you like rolling on tables, there's tables. If you're just like looking up lore and picking something at random, there's that.
Yeah.
And so it's fine.
Yeah.
But
So
at least the game is there.
my only real complaint about the lore is I think it's a touch too silly in places, right?
Mm-hmm. I really haven't been reading it. I've just noticed that it's there.
Yeah. I mean, like Star Trek as a series, right, is a bit silly because
Right.
just as a natural outgrowth of the fact that it's been around for a very long time and many different writers have worked on it.
Right.
And also the fact that it originally operated on a shoestring budget, where your episode is, well, we have access to all these backlots and costumes for a movie that failed.
Yeah.
Let's write a script around that.
That's where the transporter comes in, right? It's like, how can we, without having to do any like animation, get the characters to one of the Desilu stages?
Yeah. And then just sort of glossed over the huge amounts of problems that having something like a transporter in a setting entails.
Right.
Right, but if you're starting like from the ground up with a TTRPG setting, right, you're gonna expect that players and to a lesser extent game masters are going to bring their own comedy to it, right? It's like you don't really need to write a comedic Dungeons and Dragons setting, right? Like, people
You
bring
can tell
comedy
that
to the table.
tell that to the people who wrote the Rick and Morty D&D set campaign.
Yeah,
I mean, I haven't read it, so I don't know if it's funny or if
I'll
it tries to be funny, but
yeah, I'll be sure to tell them that while I'm making them, dig their own graves. Um,
yeah.
but you really don't need to write a comedic adventure setting or whatever, right? Comedy just sort
No.
of naturally rises out of stuff. Uh, and really, getting players to take things seriously is the more difficult thing. Um, so you want to start with, so you want the, you generally want like the setting and the adventure and whatnot to, be relatively straightforward in character. Um,
What was that RPG setting where it's basically like you're the space Soviet Union and you have to go like reconquer all the colonies?
there's that's actually kind of
M-
the plot of the Lancer RPG, uh,
Lancer?
which is about piloting giant robots.
No, it's not that one. Is it
Uh,
is it Mind Jammer? Is that what it's called? Something
yeah,
like
oh
that?
yeah, the transhumanist one. Yeah, there's
Yeah,
one like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah,
That one.
there's, uh, yeah, I didn't get too much into it because it seemed like kind of too much, but
There's a whole book. I have the book. I have the novel somewhere, and
yeah,
it's like you wrote a novel. Like that's okay.
yeah. So I think the plot. So I think some of the world building is a little too silly in spots, um, which is my complaint there. Um,
Over here. I don't know what's over here. Wait. This is one of the things where I knock this down and it's like an easy path to get. No. Okay. I'll come back. Actually, let me see what that is. Because if I can just bounce down, bounce back up rather. It's a ruler and an eraser and a pencil. Okay, I know where I am. Excellent. Boing. Nope. I love Kabu's Sonic the Hedgehog legs.
yeah.
Oh, Lisa. Like Lisa? Oh, Elizant. Lisa.
It's a Lisa RPG. Ah.
Yeah. Stealth sequel?
This would be more of a spin-off.
Yeah.
Also, the actual Lisa the RPG, I don't think should ever have a proper sequel.
No?
No, it is a it is a perfectly encapsulated story. Uh, the story of Brad and Buddy Armstrong is complete and done. There's no continuing it.
Good.
In a in any way that isn't just totally bastardizing the source material. Which is why like all of the fan works are about either like stories about minor characters in the main plot, or side stories about other shit that's going on sort of in the world outside of the main plot of Lisa the Painful.
It's like Wreck-It Ralph. Like I have a favorite Wreck-It Ralph fan fiction because it captures. It's not very long. It's only about 35,000 words or so.
Oh, only
So you
35,000 words.
well, as far as some of these things go, it's quite short actually. You could read it in an afternoon, easy, easy. And it moves very quick, and it really captures the character of all the characters and introduces new characters and gives them like they go into it. They end up going through the internet and they have to travel through an MMO, and they like really capture that. And the humor is on point, and the characters and the plot, like it makes sense, and like all the puns are really good.
Yeah, that sounds
And
like a really good premise for a Wreck-It Ralph story.
yeah, it is. Which is why when the sequel is like, oh, they're going to go on the internet, like, are they going to do something like super cool and maintain that? No, they're not. It's a bunch of Disney references, and it sucks. So like, Wreck-It Ralph could have, and does in fact, through that fan fiction, have a great sequel. They just didn't, and I don't know. It's called Locked and Uploaded by Thumbtacks, I think, with an X. I think that's what it's called. But it's very good. I recommend
Like
it.
hundreds of years from now, some scholars are gonna realize that the greatest writer of our time was some fanfic author.
I mean, it's amazing how like some fanfic authors are like, I've got a story, and the story is really like simple or like, written
The
in kind of
coffee
a
shop
clumsy way.
AU.
Coffee shop AU. Yeah, exactly. Although I've read some pretty good coffee shop AUs, because the characters are interesting. But like, some are just like, This is exactly my vibe. I know exactly how to write this and how to make it interesting, and how to do it properly. There's some that get like almost so close and they don't stick the landing. Like Cataclysmic Variable Star, which is a two-part Lock Tomb fanfic, which gets real close. I ranted to you about it once, but doesn't stick the landing, unfortunately. But I don't know. Like, fucking Fallout Equestria is that for two things,
Yeah.
right? So it's just a sheer numbers game.
Yeah,
Right? There just are way too many fanfic writers.
Yeah, I'd say that. I would say like a possible literary criticism. I mean, there's a couple like literary criticisms one could have of Fallout Equestria, but like one of the more notable ones I think is that if you're not familiar with both of the originating properties, right, the premise of the story can be a bit confusing.
Yeah.
Like if you knew literally nothing about like My Little Pony other than that it's so like if you did not experience the Fallout universe or watch the Friendship is Magic series at all, right, where your understanding of these properties are, My Little Pony is some magical show about ponies for little girls and that's it, and your understanding of Fallout 4 is it's like some the Fallout universe is it's like some wacky 50s thing, right? Then like if you understand like both of those properties, like the mechanics of why characters operate the way they do in the story makes perfect sense, right? But it could be very confusing to someone not familiar. But but admittedly, right, it's not written for an audience that doesn't know anything about these properties.
No. And I feel like if you had to pick one, to get into the My Little Pony side, because I started Fallout Equestria with only a vague understanding of what Fallout was.
The Fallout elements are basically like just like generic apocalypse stuff, post-apocalypse stuff for the most part. The pony stuff is definitely less familiar and more confusing if you're not already in the know.
Right.
Like, why do we care about these 6 historic ponies at all?
Right. Like, how are their fates like ironic in any particular way?
Yeah.
Teeth. Racist.
Racist basist. It's a
God,
great.
that's the best. That's such a good bit from the Game Grumps. The racist bassist and the bummer drummer.
Yeah, my wife left me. Ba-dum tis, ba-dum tis.
Doom boom 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 boom. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't get to see my kids.
yeah.
Boom boom boom. Yeah. Uh, I haven't watched the Game Grumps recently because their format nowadays is like they'll spend most of the week doing like one-offs, and then they'll do like 1 or 2 long-term games. Like right now they're doing Tears of the Kingdom, and like I don't know,
Hmm.
it's just I figure once Tears of the Kingdom is done, I'll just sit down and watch the whole thing.
Yeah.
I'm just sort of tired of YouTube. Like the thing about YouTube is like it never ends.
But what if it did end?
One day. Also, this logo, this crown logo, is very similar to the Brunswick logo, which is the bowling company. Company makes bowling equipment.
Oh, you
So
and bowling.
I like bowling. It's fun. I bowled a 167 the other day. It's a personal best, which is a relatively mediocre. Like it's a pretty okay bowling score, and it's my PB. But I'm getting there. I can hook the ball. I hook the ball too much. In fact, I gotta moderate my hook. I guess this is the king and the queen. Hmm. Interesting that they both have regnal names. Hmm. Giant Slayer. Yeah, they haven't really talked about like what went wrong other than she's not a very good negotiator. Hmm. Lyra got me on my knees. Lyra, begging, darling, please.
Even flow.
Derek and the Dominoes. I think it's Eric Clapton. Is that right? I don't remember. Dialogue.
There should be less words in our stories.
Well, I mean, we're gonna have to do this Coliseum thing. Yeah, there it is. So it's gonna be a boss rush or something. Yeah, and then do the Coliseum. Yeah, I know where it is. Yeah, full up. Hell yeah. Nope. Cat. All right. I don't know what the point of this is. It's a long-ass conveyor belt. I wonder what happens if I... No. It is basically without meaning. Ooh. Kitty cat. Come here. Come here. Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, okay. Okay, squirming. Okay, fine. Go down there. Man, I want to play Stray again. That was a good game.
Not gonna press A over there?
Oh, was that a thing?
Yeah, you got a question mark above your head once you... What's a fanfic you wish existed but doesn't?
I don't know. I'm trying to think if there are any like fanfics that are, properties that don't have enough fan attention. I don't know. Like a lot of my favorite movies and books or whatever would be hard to write fan fiction for. Fifth floor. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so there's really nothing here. This is to buy stuff. Poison bomb, no. 28 berries, Jesus. No.
Fucking bug inflation.
No kidding. Must be very productive here. Can I help you? I mean, I can, but I'm not going to. Yes, cat. Hello. It's like, I'm gonna headbutt your hands. My cat has at least 2 confirmed kills in various video games from headbutting my hands. Yes,
Does she
you're a
have
real
any?
sweetheart.
Does she have any IRL confirmed kills?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not even if a little bug or something.
Not, I mean, maybe. Hmm. Shopping. Okay. No. No. Got 2 of those. Oh, okay.
Also, I'm not sure I said this explicitly, but I would be game for doing co-op Baldur's Gate 3 possibly in the future
Oh,
once I rebuild my PC such that I can actually fucking install it because it takes up 150 gigabytes.
oh my God. That's too much. It's too much for a game.
Yeah, I mean, file sizes for video games have really ballooned in size, right?
I mean, I was impressed by Cyberpunk 2077, which is like 120 gigabytes.
Yeah, like like Metro, like in the Metro games, you can see it. So Metro 2033, right, which is like 8 gigs, and then Metro Last Light, which is like 12 gigs, and then Metro Exodus, which is like 80 gigs.
Yeah. It's because, oh, its storage space is cheap. It's not that cheap, Jesus.
150 gigs is still a lot.
Yeah, no kidding.
And like, admittedly, right, there are some aspects of more storage, having significantly more storage space than we used to, that are nice. For example, how like Oblivion actually was very much content restricted because all the dialogue had to be voiced,
Mm.
and that took up in the dialogue voice files took up a huge amount of space on the disc. So it's nice that the dialogue of your game can be arbitrarily long as need be, but you know going over 100 gigs is like, do we really need all of that?
Yeah, and I'm like, Baldur's Gate, is it still like an isometric RPG?
It's 3D, but you still like, and it does have like camera, like in dialogue scenes, right? It does like pull into the individual characters, and you can see them faces and whatnot. But for the most part, you're seeing isometric top down, right?
Right. I feel like it shouldn't be that intense. Unless they're just like, whatever, render everything.
Render. I know somebody shared a meme of like some traditional art, like two Native Americans like tracking in the woods, and one says, "Western developer has been here." It's like, as how can you tell? First one response: 100 gigabyte install.
Yeah. Kicks and giggles.
I mean, it's a little frustrating, especially if you're working from an SSD hard drive.
Yeah.
Right, where those things ain't cheap.
No. I mean, I have a secondary standard hard drive, platter hard drive, and it's not slow. I mean, I have my OS and my SSD, so it boots up fast. But I know somebody who has an N2 or an M2 drive on theirs. It's just like you turn it on and you're booted. It's like, damn, that's fast.
Hmm.
Scientists, termites are very kind.
Well, I basically don't need my computer to boot faster than it currently does because it takes longer for my monitor to turn on than it takes for my computer to boot.
Yeah. Yes, cat. Yes, cat. I know. I know what you want, and then you're not gonna get it. You're not gonna get it. It's not time for that. No. Foreign. Hmm. Now, Batley.
Battle.
Oh, there's the music. I was like, is there no music? There it is. Oh, cat. Stop it. Anyway. Hmm.
Easy peasy.
Yeah, that was a good time to rank up because I wanted to get my points back.
Mm-hmm.
37, huh? That's a prime number, isn't it? Damn it. I don't have any 1 point, special skills. Get some HP. Why are they excited for me now? They should, whatever.
Yeah, they just appreciate the atmosphere of competition, you know.
I guess that's true.
Although I find the Termite King's logic here to be somewhat questionable, right? Because
Hmm.
right, because they're trying to prove that the termite threat is really so powerful, right? So how he's going to prove it is by having these guys fight his best dudes, right?
Right.
Means either,
So,
which means either he beats, right? So either the termite king beats these guys' asses, in which case, well, you're too weak to even be worth saving, or the king's dudes get, reamed, and then it's like, well, if the wasp guys are so badass enough to beat you and you can kick our asses so easily, then obviously there's nothing we can do to help you.
yeah, right. Really, they should be like, you know, if the wasps are, yeah, I don't know. I was saying if they should fight the wasps, but that wouldn't really prove anything either. This whole thing is just sort of silly. Ah, shit. Whatever.
So you only have like one more session of Blades in the Dark to go.
Yeah, one, maybe it's second one, but probably just one.
So they summon Dagon or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. So their whole goal so far has been to, um, so the setting of the world, if anybody doesn't know, is 1,000 years ago there was a magical. It was like a magical fantasy, standard fantasy realm that suffered this massive cataclysm, and ghosts are everywhere, and the sun exploded, and all sorts of horrible things. And so they have these like, it's like steampunk magic, uh, biopunk kind of shit going on, where they have to harvest these demonic leviathans that live in the ocean and process their blood into like a magical fuel to run everything, and run to grow lamps, to grow food, and the electrical power for the lights, and also the barriers that keep out the ghosts
So
that
it's
surround
like
the city.
so it's like the whaling industry if the whales were Cthulhu.
Yeah, it's very Dishonored-y,
Mm-hmm.
in that regard. And so their goal has been, okay, like, so they decided to play a cult, right? You can pick what kind of crew you want to play, and they decided to play a cult, and like the cult of Dagon from Lovecraft mythos. And like, okay, so they basically brought Dagon into this setting. In this case, Dagon is like the the deity of all the leviathans and stuff like that. And so they want to stop the leviathan hunting and use uh, you know um, potions basically to convert the whole of the population of the planet into like fish people, so they can live in the ocean and not have to deal with all this capitalism shit. Um, and one so a lot of they when they rolled dice poorly, I have to come up with consequences. And so one of the consequences I came up with as a part of their dice roll is that they have this inspector from the Empire who is on their tail, Robard, and I just play him as basically like supernaturally competent, right? Preternaturally competent rather. Um, and so he just kind of shows up whenever I want him to do something smart. And they, through some more of their bad rolls, they, instead of turning like a bunch of people, like they were in this camp where they were surrounded by enemies and they were trying to sneak through. They're like, okay, we'll turn some of these people, they're like outside the city, so they're possessed by ghosts, and we'll turn some of these people into fish people, and then they'll be our allies and we can get out of here. And so they turned a couple of people, and then like for the third one they screwed up, and like that guy took all of their potion and like took it all, injected it all into himself, and then he became this super lizard dude, who is I decided was the ghost, possessed by the ghost of the dead king consort of the recently quashed rebellious land where they put all of their industrial processing. And then he basically tricked the party into summoning setting up a summoning circle to summon Dagon, but he modified it so that he would absorb all of Dagon's power, and now he was a 50-foot tall lizard man.
Yes. So it's Godzilla now.
Yeah, exactly. It's King Ghidorah versus Godzilla or whatever, right?
Mhm.
And so we have now that's their plan, is they're gonna Ultraman up to supersize and fight him. But I have a trick up my sleeve, a narrative trick that they really should see coming,
It's called
considering how heavily I've talked
it,
about it.
it's called weighted dice.
Well, no, I don't have to weight the dice at all. In fact, sometimes they'll have like, oh, there's a cool idea, but they roll really well, and okay, I can't do it. Or the reverse. Like I want to tell them something, but they didn't roll well, so I can't tell them. But
Mhm.
I mean, there's always such a thing as a second stage boss. But I have a thing. There's a character that I have introduced a long time ago.
Mecha Godzilla.
There are mecha in that world, right? Like if you die as a character, you become a ghost, and you can come back as, you can possess a dead body, which makes you a vampire, or you can just be a ghost
Mhm.
and do stuff, or you can possess like a mechanical robot thing and come back as a hull. And the assistant of the inspector, who one of our characters has just been, and he used to be one of the police, and so one of our characters turned into a vampire after jumping off a bridge. And It's just been murdering all the blue coats, all the police officers in the city, and pissing off this guy. And so, as part of some circumstances, that guy now has a hall companion. He's like a mecha pilot. So there's some cool stuff happening in that game, and
So,
hopefully it'll wrap up next session.
so it went from like a Lovecraftian horror story to like just full on kaiju battle.
Yeah, yeah, it did. They were the ones who wanted to be fish people, man. And they're the ones whose roles invented all of these characters for me to play.
Yeah.
Didn't I already fight one of these?
Oh yeah, yeah. You fought a separate boss battle against that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just commented there. We got to beat it again.
Oh, it's them.
You can tell the people who made this game watch anime.
Oh yeah. Good. It's a extremely varied and rich source of inspiration.
Yeah, there's all kinds of anime. There's Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball GT, Super Dragon Ball, or Dragon Ball Super, however you put it. And there's Naruto, then Boruto.
There's Nart and Bolt.
Yeah. There's Bleach. And then I think there's like more Bleach. Yeah, and I think that's the full depth and breadth of anime.
It's all of it. 100% of anime right there.
Yeah. I mean, there's some like movies and OVAs in there too, but you know,
Yeah.
that's anime.
That's it. Nothing else. I do love this game. To Team Snake Mouth. Okay, I'm gonna have Vi on TP duty. She's gonna be restoring some TP here. Because I got to do it. And in the meantime, what am I gonna do here? I guess there's no reason not to do stuff like this, huh? No.
Unless you think you're gonna do more damage overall if you save up your TP.
Yeah, that's where I think I'm going.
Yeah, so just do standard attacks with them then, or you know, use.
Yeah. Yeah, that was cool. Super cool. Nope.
Now use one of your cool combo powers.
Yep.
Frozen Drill. Or Fly Drop, whatever.
Well, Fly Drop, it's slightly cheaper, and also I've already used Vi, so I don't need to, you know, that's fine. They tend to do about the same amount of damage. Oh, Vi is out for the next round. Okay, I see how this works. Cool. All right, he does a little bit more damage, so we're gonna have him do. And you're gonna. Yeah, I think that's all right. Yeah, so actually I think it's better to do the drill thing. Because then that leaves Vi available. Hmm.
You definitely want to heal Kabru.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that's all of my. Pretty sure that's all of my. Yeah. So we're gonna do. Yeah, but I mean, at this point it doesn't really matter. Unless I also wanted to do a dash through after this. No, I want Vi open because she has more healing. So. Yeah. Fuck you. Okay. Healing. Oh, you're full of shit, lady. Oh, that's really annoying. Guess I might as well start stacking some damage on her, too. Then...
Might as well.
Yeah, might as well.
Heal.
Mm. Such bullshit.
I don't think
Great.
you're going to make this one. So it might be, since your spy ability carries over between attempts, you might want to use V to spy on both of them. Or,
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I do have resurrection thing items.
I guess you can give it a try. There you go. And
See, he's going to be down, and then she has to waste her turn reviving him. Jesus Christ.
no, she didn't revive him this time.
Nope. So shows what I know. Great. Alright, yeah.
Alrighty,
Please
so
don't make me have to go through the entire thing.
it should just restart you right at the battle.
Yeah, if I say
don't-
retry.
Yeah. Yeah,
Don't
just
what?
I was just gonna say don't mash on the buttons, wait for the menu to come up. Yeah, just hit retry. Right, there you go.
Okay.
So, this time use basically a similar strategy, but focus on the moth.
Yes, I think you're right. Oh, right, I forgot I was out of
Yeah,
shit.
so switch over to V, give...
Yeah. He can't attack in the back, but he can.
Right now, have V power you up again, and then do the ice drill on the
Yep. Oh, that's gonna take her out for the next round, so I'll just...
So probably use the fly drop with, or, yeah, so...
Mhm.
So what you could do is use the fly drop with V and then use Leaf to, heal Kabu.
I could do that. It's true. Yeah, they do the same amount of damage. She's only got one more of those left in her. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. It's okay if she's out right now. If it takes out her. Oh god, that's not a good number.
Might want to give Kabu that healing over time item you have.
Okay.
Get that started early, so... The succulent berry.
Yeah. I have... Oh, just gonna have to hit him. What? I don't know what that did. Oh, he taunted. So we can only attack him.
Yeah, which is meaningless, so... That's
Oh,
good.
but I can't do anything else. I can only attack him. That's alright, I guess. Unfortunately, Cabo is the only combo partner I have right now, but that's fine. Just means I don't have to waste any time on TP right now. Unless I want to do... No, it's alright. Nobody really...
You only got one honey drop left.
Yeah, I mean, I might as well use it, I guess. But I could also use the clear bomb and make it so I... Well, why? What's the point? There's no point right now. God, that was not good defense on my part.
Nope.
Oh,
Good
well.
thing you got
Oh,
that
he's...
healing over time bit.
Yep, no kidding. Yeah, five points isn't going to let me do anything, except do some healing. But he's got healing.
Might as well
She needs healing.
hand out
What?
some. Might as well hand out some healing items to Kabu and V.
Yeah. Cool. Hmm. I could feel a little...
Probably just put some more healing on Kabu.
yeah. And you're done. Yeah, everybody looks tired. You suck.
One
Is that
moment, I'll
Leaf
be
saying
back.
that? I love it. Okay. Whatever, simp. Oh, mother. Text, text, lots of text.
I am back. And, stream has dropped for me. Can you hear me? Hello? Wait for 2 fucking seconds. Howdy. Can you
Hello?
hear? Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, you're on my phone.
Yeah.
My Discord is not turning on. It says I have network connection. It says I'm connected to the internet, but my Discord won't work.
Curious.
Let me quit it from my system tray and start it over again. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, great. And Bug Fables?
I don't see anything. Oh, the stream's just started. I can hear it. I can see it.
All right, great. Where did you lose me?
I've stepped away for a moment to grab a brush for my cat. So basically, you won. The opponents were butthurt about it, and then I didn't see anything else.
Okay. I mean, now we're gonna go do a plan or something. Also, I got a side quest from that one bug that was sad to find them a Green Ranger plush, and also we are the poster up there now instead of whoever I guess the previous champion was. So that's good, and that's about it. That's all there was.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah. The conveyors should make the trip short. They're moving sidewalks.
They are people movers. Or bug movers in this case.
I've heard these called people movers, and I've also heard like like I guess they're called like a guided throughway or something, guided pathway. I don't forget, but they're basically like a mini train, and those are also called people movers. But yeah, I like the moving side. These are basically just horizontal escalators. Hey, look, poor people. No cat. No. Stop being all mysterious. Oh. I bet there's a... Yes, here they are. No, never get to any of those. Hello, who are you? I don't want to cook anything. The Terminet, they have internet? That's nice. No wonder their society is insular and falling apart. Are you less of a bigot now? Nope.
I mean, that's realistic.
True.
So, also, I learned that there are two sides of folk music, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's folk punk, which are all like communists and anarchists, and then there's neo-folk, which are all fascists.
The hell's neo-folk?
I mean, it's a
I mean,
it's a sort of folk music, meaning to harken back to olden folk music, as opposed to more modern folk music.
I guess. I mean, how do you have a folk movement without, like, fucking Christ, why can't I remember his name? He won the Nobel Prize for Literature. He's a singer. Really should know his name.
Okay,
Anyway.
one of the fake Nobel Prizes.
At least it wasn't the Nobel Prize for Peace. Bob Dylan. Fucking Bob Dylan. Of course Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan, not exactly a fascist as far as I remember, but granted, I don't know Bob Dylan very well. Who was it that had on his guitar that this machine kills fascists?
What's his name?
I have to know that.
Joe Hill or something? Or is that another guy?
This machine kills fascists. Woody Guthrie. Maybe Woody Guthrie was not the guy who's not the fascist. I don't know.
Well, anyway, I don't know. I think that's an inappropriate thing to put on a musical instrument. You should really put it on your gun.
I don't know. You ever been hit in the head really hard with a guitar?
No, but I have been hit really head in the head with a frying pan before.
Well, judging by that sentence, I figured, yeah. No, that's not good either. Don't do that.
Yes, I will endeavor not to have people hit me in the head with a frying pan again.
Don't hit people in the head with frying pans, unless it's the only way to defend yourself, I guess. The rightmost part of the city, because the city has a left and a right.
Yes, right and left are objective directions in this universe, right?
Right.
And not, in fact, relative to your position. Which would also mean which side is your left side and which side is your right side changes depending on which direction you're facing.
Yeah, true. I mean, we could do that, like, you know, east is right and west is left and north is up and south is down. And then if you want to go higher away from the ground, you're going out. If you want to go closer towards the center of the earth, you're going in.
Right, but then if you want to find your left hand, you have to first find the North Star.
Yeah. Right. I mean, we could refer to which, you know, my hand is, we'd have to know our orientation and, like, no, this is my up hand.
So that reminds me, do you know why north is up on maps?
No, why?
So, back in the olden days, it actually didn't used to be the case. It used to be the case that east was up on maps.
Right. Hence the word orienting.
Yes, because you'd orient it towards the east, because that's the direction of the sun rose, and also in Western Europe, right, that was the direction of Jerusalem and the Holy Land and all that other shit. So why did that change? Well, it changed because of greater needs of naval navigation. So ships needed to sail, you know, far beyond the coast, so they needed to navigate more easily. And so the traditional method of navigation was to find the North Star first and then figure out where you're going from there. So it became... So because of that practice, it became natural to put the up as your north, so that you could basically hold the map out in front of you, face the North Star, and be like, alright, that is to my right is to the east, and to my left is the west, and behind me is the south. And of course, most of the Earth's land mass is actually in the northern hemisphere, so it ends up working out for most people who do sailing. As opposed to if you were in the southern hemisphere, in which case it would probably be more useful to have a southward oriented map.
Yeah, I was going to say something, but I can't remember what now.
Something politically incorrect, I'm sure.
Oh, no. It was, so the North Star is currently Polaris.
Yes.
But the precession of the axis of rotation of the Earth is, what, on the order of 20,000 years or so? So, you know, 20,000 years from now and 20,000 years ago was actually more like Vega.
Yeah.
So, like, within human history, we have watched the, you know, since agriculture, I guess, we have watched the North Star change. So it's only in the last, you know, several hundred years where the North Star was more or less this nice, you know, almost exactly at the celestial North Pole. when we had, we kind of got lucky.
Yes.
We developed sailing at the same time.
Yeah. That's astrology for you, guiding human development.
Great.
Advance the plot? Yes, no.
Okay.
I told you there'd be an area where you'd be able to sail on that fucking big big fucking water area.
You're right. Yep, that's where we are.
Told you.
What the hell was that? Sunken ship? Is there a sunken ship? Deliver as much justice as possible. Ooh, nice. Oh, that's right. The ship we took to the island sank. Now, somewhere around here, pretty sure is a... Maybe it's over here. Somewhere was like a transporty, like the fast travel thing. Here we are. Is this? No. This gets me to, yeah, Defiant Root. Defiant Root has a... Oh, and that's the last one's the Wasp King, or the Termite Kingdom. That's nice.
You have unlocked all of the places.
Oh, an ant compass. Oh. It's like a thing I equip? How does that work? Oh, it just immediately takes me right back there. Cool.
That's fast travel.
That's very fast travel. Now, where are the clues for... Ooh, hello. I don't think I needed to do that, but that's fine. I want to know where the... I want to do Leaf's side quest, because I did, V's side quest. Let's see. Try not to get spoilers. What's it called, actually? Hold on. Leaf's request. Ugh. Gotta use fandom. Right at the feet of side boss. Oh, I beat it already. Access upper snake mouth. Right. So, I mean, we're clearly heading towards the final boss thing, and this is... I want to go through all the different characters' backstories.
You know, protagonist, at this point in our struggle against the ultimate evil, it seems like it'd be awfully convenient for you to fuck off for a long while. I'll include a bunch of miscellaneous tasks.
That's that's just how it goes, though. That is the RPG way.
What is your favorite RPG?
Golden Sun. Probably.
That's not Golden Sun.
Oh. God, have I played that many RPGs? No, I have, but what have I played?
Final Fantasy X?
Final Fantasy X's pretty good. I never really beat it, but I got all the way to the end. Oh yeah, I just do that.
Also, what is it with the latest Final Fantasy games and just stealing from Kingdom Hearts with the whole active combat system?
I don't know. I really didn't like 15, their combat system. I just found it unwieldy and strange.
I mean, Final Fantasy's been pretty shit for a long time now.
I didn't mind... Like, 13 wasn't horrible. The problem with 13 was the fucking difficulty curve was just like vertical at places. Do you have anything to say? Ooh. No, I'm actually pretty good with where I am. I haven't played Final Fantasy 16. I played a little of 14, which is of course the MMO, and that was fine, but and they changed some stuff around apparently. But like it was hard for a long time finding like people to play with, and like dungeons you can't just do them yourself. You have to have other players. But they changed some stuff around, so that's not entirely how it works anymore. He shot me and died. What else have I played? Are we counting Western RPGs like Fallout? Because New Vegas is great.
I think I don't think we'd have to look back at the recording to see whether or not I made that distinguishment.
I think you just said RPG.
Yeah, I just said RPG, so New Vegas, obvious choice.
Yeah, obviously New Vegas is good. I played Fallout 3, which I thought was fine. I mean, granted, I played New Vegas first, so I New Vegas is really good. Yeah, just do that. Who cares?
Isn't it so wacky that they built their town around a bomb? Isn't it that wacky?
Where else did I see somebody?
Please buy the DLC.
Where else did? Was it something we were talking about where they built the town? Where else have I seen them build a town around a bomb somewhere?
I'm sure it's been somewhere else.
God, I can't remember.
It's a real fucking dumb idea for obvious reasons.
How the hell do I get? I don't remember how to get to Snake Mouth then. This is Snake. No, this is the tunnel to Gold. Is this Snake Mouth Tunnel?
No, this is the side
Where?
path.
Yeah. Where's Snake Mouth Tunnel?
Go back to the main path and go northward, I think.
Is it north?
More north. More north left. You know.
Oh, here.
Yeah.
This would explain why I don't know where I am the whole time, as I've been going to the wrong tunnel. Like, dude, there's a tunnel. Like, no.
Doesn't this bring back memories?
Yeah, also, I love this, that you can get a badge that just immediately defeats weak enemies. It's just very satisfying.
Well, that's one game we should play. We should play Earthbound on the stream. So.
Yeah, I've never played Earthbound. I'd love to play Earthbound.
Yeah, I actually have. Yeah, we could do that. We can play Earthbound. I think it would be an enjoyable experience.
People I know somebody who like. I think I've gone too far. Oh wait, what's here? I know somebody who like every year, he and their friends get together and they play Earthbound again.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it's weird that I like all the games inspired by Earthbound, but I have never actually played Earthbound.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Right, like Lisa the RPG and Undertale and kind of Off, even though that's not technically inspired by Earthbound, although people think
Off?
it is. Yes, Off.
I think you probably told me about Off, but I don't remember it.
It is a JRP. It is an indie JRPG. It's pretty short, where you play the Batter on a mission to purify the world.
That does sound vaguely familiar.
And you go through different realms, defeating various bosses and stuff. Right? It's not that long of a game, but it's very visually evocative and such.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going back to the game.
Oop, that's the wrong button.
Yeah, that is indeed the wrong button.
So this is jump and this is fly, so...
Yeah. There's also Space Funeral, which is a short.
I never heard of Space Funeral.
It doesn't have much to do about space, I'm sorry.
No.
But it is. Your companion, like your main party member is so you play a guy and then you have a companion character who's named Leghorse, which is a horse made out of dismembered legs.
Gross.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the game, you know.
Big Baba. This is not where I want to be.
Just hit it with your best shot.
Fire away. Hit it with your best shot. Fire away. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh well, guess I'm just annihilating this little thing. Uh. Ooh, 2 turns.
And just have Leaf spy on it.
I guess it's not that bad.
Oh yeah, that's also another cool thing about Lisa. In addition to status effects mattering, your consumables also matter a lot. Like you need your consumables to be successful. As opposed to the typical JRPG tradition of hoarding all your items and never using them throughout the entire fucking game.
Fucking fainting. Alright, there we go. The fuck is a crystal fruit? Great. Probably for a side quest. Okay. So I don't know where Snakemouth is.
Should be around here somewhere.
I thought it was that crazy. Yeah, I couldn't get through the tunnel without Leaf, so it's not that.
go off to the left.
Well, this wasn't a thing, was it? Come on. No. The only thing through there is that old dude, I think. Oh, maybe not. Oh. Oh, right, God.
There you go.
Yes, seek your death. Alright, this is much more familiar.
Don't you wish platformer games were called Mario Sonics?
Mario Sonics. Like Metroidvanias. I mean, Metroidvanias are adventure games, but that is sort
I'd call them exploration platformers.
Exploration platformers. Yeah. Because, like, what impedes your progress is not, like, it's, you don't have an item to get through a door, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's what makes it special.
And instead of third-person action RPG, we have Souls-likes.
Third-person action RPG.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is an interesting question, but what makes a Souls-like, right? Is it a...
It's Zelda but edgy.
Yeah, I mean, is that it? Is it Zelda but edgy? Or is it like it's characterized by its difficulty, or the dodge rolling, or the level up mechanic,
I mean, basically, it's Ocarina of Time, but darker and edgier. And with some more RPG bullshit sort of pasted on top of it.
Twilight Princess. But isn't it mysterious? Oh no, it's Peculiar Gem.
Mysterious object, peculiar object, intriguing object.
Yes. Gravity, Gravira, Graviga, I think it is. Cthulhu Fatagan.
Cthulhu Fatagan!
Oh, good.
You forgot to heal.
Yeah. Yeah, this isn't going to end well. Yeah.
Wanna just do spy to see how fucked you are?
I guess. Oh.
Oh, that's not very difficult at all.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, you were meant to come here way earlier.
Yeah, I think so. It's super tough. Really?
Look at this hideous monster! The ancient wizard said as whilst pointing towards a white bunny rabbit on the distance.
The Vorpal Bunny.
The Vorpal Bun Bun.
I don't know if the murderous rabbit in Monty Python Holy Grail has a name, but we always called it the Vorpal Rabbit.
It does have a name. I forget what it is, though.
Yeah.
Let me look it up. Actually.
It's much tougher than I thought it was going to be, but that's okay. Give me Leaf. Does Leaf have any... Oh. No.
It is called the Rabbit of Kerbanog.
Oh, that's right, the Rabbit of Kerbanog. Yes. That does sound familiar.
The Killer Rabbit of Kerbanog.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm actually gonna not retry and go back and heal now that I know where it is.
So, it's actually... It should be about 1 in the morning where you are right now. Do you wanna...
Yeah?
Do you wanna
just stop?
I mean, whatever you want, man.
I'd go a little longer.
Alright.
Let's get through that fight, I think. Oh, nope, switch to Cabu. I mean, he kind of has the Sonic the Hedgehog problem, where like, if he's super fast, how come everybody else is just keeping up with him? But I guess they're drafting.
Yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog sort of runs into that issue that Sonic's superpower is that, you know, he's super fast, but in the games, basically everybody else is also just as fast.
Yeah.
And on top of that, they have a bunch of other cool powers, too. Like being able to climb shit, or fly, or, you know, a giant hammer, or whatever.
Well, and they never... Well, I'm going this way. And they never, like... I mean, so Sonic is a speedster, right? He's the Flash.
Yeah.
And the Flash, like... If he's smart about what he's doing, is kind of unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, if you just have basically... I mean, if you're... I mean, you know, it's the reaction time advantage, right? Like...
Right.
Or, you know, in tabletop RPG terms, right, the action economy, right? If I can just do way more stuff way faster, even if my individual actions are not as strong as your individual actions, I can just overpower you very easily, unless the power gap is just super massive. Assuming you're being smart about it, of course, right?
Right, yeah. Which is why, in order to defeat Sonic or the Flash, they kind of have to make him, like, emotional, and, you know, that compromises his intelligence. But, like, a really, like if you gave the Batman, Speed Force powers, what would he'd be unstoppable, effectively.
Yeah. Except, you know, maybe Superman would be able to do something, because, you know, Superman just has all the powers.
Because he's Superman. I mean, like, okay, the DC universe movies are not great overall, but they do have some like cool moments. And one of them in fucking Justice League, they resurrect Batman because of course they do, or not Batman, Superman, and the Flash is running around him, and everything else is slowed down, but Superman can still follow him with his eyes. That's a cool moment. It's a really cool like moment there. Stuff like that. All right. One thing I like about the game Crosscode is because the game can be very hard. Is you can always just skip a cutscene, like all the way straight up to the fight. Like I wouldn't have to I could just hit Y and it would skip all of this. And you have to hold it, so you can't do it really by accident.
Unskippable cutscenes that are 40 minutes long is integral to the experience.
Oh yeah, I've played Metal Gear Solid 4, are you kidding me? There's 8 hours of cutscenes in that game.
And 2 of gameplay.
Yeah, almost.
Alright, now time to bring down the pain on them with some fly drops or frozen drops.
I think fly drop is good. And then I'll just... Yeah. There we go.
So here's one complaint I will make about the Bug Fables combat system through observation. Basically, your TP is your gas, and once you're out of gas, you basically don't have anything to do.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be nice if it's like in, for all of the problems with combat in fucking Skies of Arcadia, if you do nothing, you just, like, every turn you get a certain number of SP, their special points, I think, and if you do nothing, that just builds up, and so you can always do, and I think your defense goes up, so you can always just defend and build up your special as you go along, and that would be a really good addition here, like, maybe like 1 point around, or for every time you don't do it, that'd be fine.
Maybe you have a medal that gives you more points.
Yeah, exactly, and that would give you some flexibility.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, otherwise you just have to be like, well, I hope I have a consumable item.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it.
Skip that way too fast.
I know. Yeah, double tap. It had to be one of those. It's got that. Was that frosty thing hanging around him? Oh yeah, I guess so. Nice. Oh, great.
Ads.
Yay! I got 3 whole exploration points. Yeah. Oh. I was gonna like
Now you're thinking with portals.
make a platform to stand on, but sure, that works. Oh. Oh, that's fucking creepy. Yeah, I'm definitely having some, what's that part of Undertale called where you're the true lab?
Yeah. Some true lab vibes.
Yeah, definitely getting some true lab vibes here. Although I like this implication that, like, they had or maybe made the sapling, and, like, it still wasn't good enough for them. I like that. That's some good shit. Oh, that's fucking reassuring.
A full heal bot? Hmm.
I don't think I needed to do that, but I did want my TP back. I wanted to go check out something over here before we do that. Oh. Oh, we're just too powerful, so we kill it immediately.
Oh, that's nice.
It is nice. Alright, I'll go back and explore this whole thing first. I mean, I think you're right that I was supposed to get her earlier, but on the other hand, I think there's a part later on where, like, I would have to leave and come back once I had Vi's carrying thing.
It's normal etiquette.
Level 25, almost. I need to get 100 for the first time, so I guess I'm level 20. Team rank 20. Interesting. Yes, that's always reassuring.
They believe in God. What unbased scientists these are. Cringe
Eh.
scientists. I'm gonna post about this on Reddit.
I'm sure that'll be rewarding.
Yeah, especially since the website's all fucked now.
Yeah.
Moderation tools? What are those? Didn't help that.
Because I have to go this.
Didn't help that Reddit was already a fucking echo chamber.
Yeah. I mean, I like Reddit in that it's like the only thing that's kind of like a forum anymore. Like, if I have some niche interest that I want advice or, you know, whatever community on, I can get that, but it's sort of... Just don't go on the front page, that's all. Nope. I can... Well, who cares? I can just do it there.
Note to self, dying horribly.
Yeah, exactly.
Reconsider life decisions, question mark? Further consideration after lunch.
It does carry through. I spied on things earlier and it didn't carry over. Maybe I died in between, I don't remember.
Yeah. It generally carries through.
Hmm. I'm just fucking asleep now.
I'm a fucking snooze head, man. An EP creature.
EP. Come on, cheese it. Cheese it. Yes!
Now what do you
Okay,
do?
I don't know what to do. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
You can try charging into it.
Oh, yeah. Nope. I guess I just don't have the...
That's probably a return path.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right. Wait. Oh, come on. It really... Okay, it's just a perspective problem. Okay, I don't know what to do there. What happens if I make a... Oh. Leaf just doesn't get to come. Come on. Come on!
Jump.
there it comes. Cool.
We can feel our legs. Well, no shit.
I mean, we can't feel our legs, but these must be the experiments. God damn it.
Oh, these guys are way tougher.
Yeah. He's going to get spied on. Shit. Can't get that timing right.
Choose to play the game better.
Yeah, I know. Oh, good.
You need to be that guy. Alright.
Oh, and then it's, yes, you were right, it was a return path. Yeah. Just gonna... Just gonna get all vapey with my plant friend here.
Well, now I'm starting to get tired, actually.
Alright, let me save it, and we can be done. Alright.
Any parting words for the stream?
I don't know. We don't really do a lot of political talk. Go watch My
Holy
Little
shit,
Pony
we
Friendship is
didn't!
Magic.
We didn't do a bunch of political talk this time. The first time in forever.
We played the video game and enjoyed ourselves and talked about fun things. And my final words then are go and watch at least the first 2 seasons of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, so that you can understand Followed Equestria.
And then the rest of the series, and then the comic books, and then all of the fanfic, all of it.
Yeah, there's so much fan fiction. I could recommend a few good ones, but...
Yeah, but all of it. That's the minimum required for True Brony.
Yes.
Anyway. Ponies? That's our parting message.
Pony's good. Enjoy the ponies.